Since the start of civilization, the world has constantly changed, leading to major innovations. Progress has never been without its obstacles. From the birth of new ideas to the modern era of digital change, innovation has consistently shaped the path of history. In a time of rapid technological growth, the world is at a crucial point. As we progress in AI biotech and virtual reality, we also encounter issues like inequality, environmental harm, and resource shortages. This is the paradox of progress. As our cities and technology improve, we still face problems like pollution, inequality, and climate change.
But there is hope. From busy cities to remote villages, people everywhere are working toward a common goal. A goal of balance, sustainability, and equity. This goal is represented by the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, known as the SDGs. The 17 Sustainable Development Goals are designed to foster a more equitable, healthier, and sustainable world for everyone. The SDGs are more than just targets. They are a blueprint for a brighter, more sustainable future. At the heart of these goals is the belief that technology and innovation. But no one can achieve these goals alone. It takes collaboration across borders, across industries, and across generations to bring together the brightest minds to bridge this gap and create real solutions. This year, the 5th Korea-ASEAN Business Model Competition for SDGs is made possible by a global coalition of supporters, by Ministry of SMEs and Startups of the Republic of South Korea and the Ministry of Cooperatives and SMEs of the Republic of Indonesia. This competition, organized by ASEM SMEs Eco Innovation Center, the ASEAN Rock Science and Technology Cooperation Center, and Green Business Center, supported by Ngalap Collaborative Network, media supported by the Korea Herald and Compass.id, and made possible by Venture Capitals Network, Global Green Growth Institute, ASEAN CSR Network, Indonesia Prima and Women Economic Forum, NP Core Inc., ATA Plus, SDN BHD, Regal Capital, Plug and Play, and Global Impact FinTech. Also our media partner. This year, there are 345 applicants from Thailand, Myanmar, Vietnam, Philippines, Cambodia, Laos, Indonesia, Singapore, Malaysia, Brunei Darussalam, and South Korea. We have selected top 10 finalists who will be presenting their business models today. Vicky from Indonesia, Fairdays Energy from Malaysia, Goat Farm from South Korea, Millennial Flavor Town from South Korea, Nuxel from Indonesia, Print Squares from Laos, Rebrick from Indonesia, Reclimate from Malaysia, Reharvest from South Korea, Refi from Laos. The 5th Korea-ASEAN Business Model Competition for SDGs 2024. Design the sustainable future with your business model.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Selamat pagi. Annyeonghaseyo. Good morning to all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, allow us to extend our warmest welcome to all of you to the 5th Korea ASEAN Business Model Competition for SDGs 2024. Design the sustainable future with your business model. My name is Nor Siddiq, and this is my privilege and honor to be your host for today's event. Ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, allow us to extend our warmest welcome to His Excellency Minister of Cooperatives and SMEs Republic of Indonesia, who's joined us virtually, Bapak Teten Masduki, Team Leader of ASEM SME Eco Innovation Center, Ms. Wang Jinhee, honorable judges, distinguished guests, top 10 finalists, and ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, the Korea ASEAN Business Model Competition is the fifth annual event, startup competition for startup and SMEs across ASEAN countries plus Korea. Design sustainable future with your business model as this year's theme of the BMC that will provide the support for startup and SMEs across ASEAN countries and Korea by providing opportunities for business scale-up and networking with its investors. This competition is hosted by Ministry of SMEs and Startup Republic of Korea in collaboration with Ministry of Cooperatives and SMEs Republic of Indonesia, organized by ASEM SME Eco-Innovation Center and ASEAN ROK Science and Technology Cooperation Center. This competition is also supported by Ngalup Collaborative Network as well as media sponsored by Korean Herald and Kompas ID. Ladies and gentlemen, this year BMC, we received more enthusiasm of the participant registering for the competition. This year, we received 345 finalists and participants registering for joining the 5th Korea ASEAN Business Model Competition 2024. And today, we'll present to you the top 10 finalists that has passed the first and the second evaluation. Ladies and gentlemen, before moving on to our demo day session, allow me to announce to you the prize for the winner of the BMC 2024, that the total cash prize for the winner is $10,000, where the first winner will receive $6,000, second winner $3,000, and the third winner will receive $1,000. Additionally, the top 10 finalists will also receive the benefit of Certificate of Recognition signed directly by Minister of Cooperatives and SMEs Republic of Indonesia, networking with venture capitalists, 2 mentoring sessions with industry leaders, as well as opportunity to occupy co-working space in Green Business Center. Additionally, supported by Ngalup Collaborative Network, top 10 finalists will also receive the support of domain, hosting legend, DHA checking brand, one-page website, and special for the first, second, and the third winner will also get the support of business brand registration. Ladies and gentlemen, let's moving on to the main agenda. Starting our agenda today, I would like to invite His Excellency Minister of Cooperatives and SMEs Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Teten Mas Duki, to deliver the opening remarks.
His Excellency Mr. Lee Seok Tai, Secretary General of ASEM SME Eco Innovation Center or ASEI. Mr. Lee Jong-sun, Director of Green Business Center or GBC. Honorable Judge, distinguished guests, fellow participants, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and welcome to the demo day of the 5th Korea ASEAN Business Model Competition for SDGs 2024. This gathering is a testament to our shared vision for fostering sustainable development and innovation across the ASEAN region and beyond. I want to express sincere gratitude to ASEI, GBC, the ASEAN Republic of Korea Science and Technology Cooperation Center, and the Ministry of SMEs and Startup of the Republic of Korea. Our collaboration has been key to making this competition possible for the 5th year. We deeply value your unwavering support, which has empowered us to collectively champion innovation and entrepreneurship for sustainable development. Congratulations to all our finalists. You have to risen to the top 10 out of 335 SME and startup candidates. After a rigorous selection process, your creativity and resilience shine as you represent the future of sustainable business. Ladies and gentlemen, today is an opportunity for SMEs and startups to refine their strategy in a rapidly evolving economic landscape. SME are vital to our economies. Indonesia, for example, SMEs account for approximately 97% of all business and contribute around 60% of our GDP. Similarly, within the ASEAN region, startup and SME are projected to generate over 70% of total employment, underlining their critical importance to economic stability and growth. Furthermore, the Asian startup ecosystem has shown remarkable resilience and potential, with the region tech startup alone raised over $10 billion in funding in 2021, underscoring the vibrant opportunities ahead. Indonesia is committed to creating quality jobs through the creation of new entrepreneurs who are key to escape the middle income trap. This reflects our belief that SMEs and startups are vital pillars, supporting the economic fabric of our nation and the wider Asian community. The five Korea ASEAN Business Model Competition for SDGs 2024 underscore the importance of using technology and creativity to meet today's challenges, turning them into opportunity for progress. Finally, I would like to thank the Korean government, organizers, supporters, and sponsors. Best of luck to all participants. May this competition inspire your future success. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Minister, for your remarks. It's our great honor and pleasure for us to have you for your opening remarks today. Thank you once again, Minister. Well, ladies and gentlemen, after listening to the opening remarks of the Minister, it's time for us for the finalist introduction. But before that, I'd like to inform you the top 10 finalists selected today is the result from the first and the second evaluation process. In total, we received 345 register joining this competition. Then we select top 3 of the BMC to join to the first and the second evaluation process. Plus, there are 14 Ecoton winners who's automatically joining the first evaluations to go to the top 10 finalists. Ladies and gentlemen, I also would like to extend our appreciations to top 30 and Ecoton winners, as well as all the judges who is contributing for the assessment in the first and the second evaluation process. Well, it is time for us to move to the finalists introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, here we are. We present to you the finalists of the 5th Korea ASEAN Business Model Competition 2024. I'd like to invite all the finalists to open up your camera. I'll call your name one by one, and your face for each finalist will be pop up on the screen automatically. Well, the first finalist, we have Vicky from Indonesia. Thank you, Vicky, for presenting today. Second finalist, we also have Faraday's Energy from Malaysia. Moving on to the next finalist, we have Reharvest from Republic of Korea. The fourth finalist, we have Naxkol from Indonesia. Well, moving on to the fifth finalist, we have Millennial Clever Town from Republic of Korea. Well, sixth finalist, we also have Prince Square from Lao PDR. Seven finalists, Reclimate from Malaysia. 8 finalists, we have Rebrik from Indonesia. The 9 finalists, we have Godform from Republic of Korea. Last but not least, we have Rifai from Lao PDR. Well, ladies and gentlemen, again, I would like to invite everyone to give a round of applause to all the finalists, top 10 finalists that has successfully completing the first and second evaluations session. It was very competitive process to all judges until we are selecting top 10 of them to present for demo day today. Ladies and gentlemen, so we have finalists introductions previously. Now, we also would like to introduce to you the judges that we have introduced all the finalists. Now, it's time for us to introduce to you the judges, which we invite the judges composing from representative of government, private sectors, and expert. So there are 10 judges presenting today who will give an assessment to all the finalists. So first of all, I'd like to introduce to you the first judges, Ibu Siti Aziza, Deputy Minister for Entrepreneurship, Ministry of Cooperatives and SMEs, Republic of Indonesia. Thank you for joining us, Bu. Second judges, we have Dr. Chong Yun Lee, Executive Director of ASEAN ROK Science and Technology Cooperation Center from Republic of Korea. Well, third judges, we have Bapak Meliadi Sembiring, Senior Advisor of Green Business Center from Indonesia. The fourth judges, we have Mr. Thomas Thomas, CEO of ASEAN CSR Network from Singapore. Fifth judges, we have Mr. Lee Jae-sung, Sub-Regional Director of Global Green Growth Institute, or GGGI, from Republic of Korea. Next judges, we have Ibu Andina Paramita, CEO and co-founder of Ngalup from Indonesia. Next judges, we have Nicole Nguyen, ASEAN Vice Chair, Global Impact FinTech from Vietnam. 8 judges, we have Mr. David Seon Baek, CSO NP Core from Republic of Korea. 9th judges, we have Ibu Diah Yusuf, founder Indonesia Prima from Indonesia. And last but not least, the 10th judges, we have Ms. Ellen Lukman, CEO and co-founder of ATA Plus from Malaysia. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I have introduced to you top 10 finalists as well as 10 judges who will give their assessment to determine who will be the winner of the BMC 2024. So before moving on to the final demo day or presentation session, allow me to explain to you code of conduct during the presentations. So each of the participants will have 15 minutes in total time of allocation, consisting of pre-recorded video display for 5 to 6 minutes, continue by Q&A session for 6 minutes, and judges time to filling out the evaluation form for 3 minutes. All this process can actually running at all. So total allocation is 15 minutes. I have to remind all the judges that the video is pre-recorded video, so this is not live video from each of the finalists. So during the Q&A session, if you have any question, you can raise your hand by clicking out the raise hand button in your screen. The turn will be first come, first serve, and there will be no limitation on the numbers of the question. So it's all depending on time allocation. If we still have time allocation, there will be more questions to take into this session. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is time for us to moving on to the first panelist for demo day today. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the first finalist, Biki from Indonesia.
I'm a farmer's son who has dreams to help the welfare of farmers in Indonesia. I'm Hafid, founder and CEO of Biki. Globally, 1/3 of food produce is lost and wasted, and the most food loss and food waste in Indonesia comes from fruits and vegetables that costing more than 320 million US dollar per year. In landfill, release methane gas that cause the climate change. Not only that, we also waste all the resources, while 20 million suffer from the food insecurity. More than 60% of the total production, fruits and vegetable in Indonesia is lost and waste per year. And the biggest number is come from post-harvest until processing stage, which is in the farmer's level. And this is the area that we would like address with our solution. If we can help reduce loss at the farmer's level, we can increase the farmer's income so they can live in a better condition and make a better welfare. Our vision to become sustainable agri-food tech startup that providing end-to-end prevention solution from the value chain that can optimize to reduce fruits and vegetable loss and waste and fight against climate change. We started our journey in 2019 by developing Chitasil edible coating from shrimp cell waste that can double the shelf life of the over 20 fruits and vegetables. With Chitasil, we success to help farmers can distribute their product both domestically and export to another country with a safe and good condition. Chitasil drive our journey in creating end-to-end solution for the food loss and food waste challenges in agri-food value chain with 4 products: Biki Research, eco-friendly product innovation, Biki Point, food loss prevention point in the packing house with the farmer and woman empowerment, Biki Trade, financing and market support of overfood production, and Biki Trace, traceability application for the food loss and food waste prevention. Our end-to-end solution promote and support SDGs, especially number 2, support national food security, also transform sustainable agri-food system. 5, involve of more than 50% of women in the packing activities. 12, promotes sustainable and responsible business model for producer and consumers. 13, reduce carbon and methane emission and also contributing to the climate change mitigation. And 17, digitalization and post-harvest partnership with the packing house and increase in the income of the farmers and women involved. From farmers to the consumers, our solution make a positive impact across the entire agri-food value chain and get Indonesia SDGs Action Award 2023. Now, we will replication 30 Biki Point across Java, Indonesia with support from the P4G to assist them in the good handling practices, applying Chitasil edible coating, and implement digitalization and traceability system with the farmer and woman empowerment. Biki Point is used as one of the best practice in creating national food loss and food waste management roadmap. Now we are focusing on expansion of the fruits and vegetable packing house as our unit economics to generate all product revenue. We are tailoring our go-to-market strategy to a specific segmentation, utilizing both offline and online strategies. We are tapping into huge and growing market in Indonesia with potential to be replicated in the Southeast Asia and other countries. Our strong market position compared with other competitors is the first agri-tech that focus on the food loss and food waste, also combining advanced technology and innovation with community empowerment in our ecosystem. Our established site Biki Point proved that our economic units can increase the revenue and operating revenue. Until the second quarter in 2024, we are growth more than 240% compared with the last year. So, if you believe in our mission to help solving this problem, we invite you to invest in our initiative and grow with us to replicate 100 Biki Point across Indonesia in 2027. With support of the investment, we can accelerate the Biki Point replication target and expand the impact of empowering farmers and women across Indonesia. We accelerate our effort to tackle the food loss and food waste issue by leveraging our founder skill set and background. We have agri-tech, food scientists, marketing and finance background, also engaging the strategic stakeholders. And in this year, we are success to prevent 10,000 tons of the fruits and vegetable loss, also empowering 500 farmers and 100 women in Biki ecosystem. Together with a food bank partner, we ensure that rescue food didn't go to waste and reach the people who need it most. We are also get some achievement from the national and international stakeholder. Biki cannot handle this issue on our own, so we invite you to be a part of our action. We can all be food heroes, let's stop food loss and food waste, and fight the climate change for a better future.
Well, congratulations, Vicky, for your presentation. What a very impressive presentation from our first finalist, Vicky from Indonesia. We have Mr. Hafiz as representative of Vicky join us virtually. Hello, Mas Hafiz, can you hear me? Yeah, can you hear my voice from the studio? Yeah, we still cannot hear your
Yes.
voice here.
Okay, I hear
Okay.
you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, great. So this is the Q&A session, Hafiz, and judges, you will have 10 minutes time of allocation. If you have any question, first come, first serve, raise your hand, and please make sure during the Q&A session, you also fill out your evaluation form. Well, we have the first question from Mr. David for Vicky. Please, Mr. David. Yeah, can you hear our voice, Mr. David?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, selamat pagi. Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, thank you for the presenting the great business. Really appreciate it. Would like to ask you. This is not to claim that whether your business is financially viable or not. I'm not judging that. I just try to understand your business better. So I just want to ask you that how are you going to handle like cost and adoption problem and sales cycles. And the reason I'm asking this question is because many companies like about the similar product that you have, they have been struggling financially because of the complex operation and costs and also the scalable models. And so in this case, I think your value proposition is great. And I'm wondering how you're going to formulate your financial model that can be maybe more refined to address the scalability, adoption cost. And so maybe you can elaborate on your business model with how you're going to
Yes.
make sure that your business is more financially viable.
Yes. Okay, thank you for the great questions. First of all, I will answer about the business model. So our business model is right now end-to-end solution. So we connecting the products, the fruits and vegetable product from the farmer's product with increasing the quality of the product. We call it revolutioning of agri-food system with the support of the innovation, Citasil, technology and digitalization. So the farmers can directly selling the product both domestically and export so they can increasing the income and make a better welfare. Why? Because in Indonesia, in conventional system, the main system is the middleman is really have intervention. They give the low prices to the farmers, and this is what we are doing. So for the financial model and revenue model, we have two sources of the revenue. The first one, we're selling the products as a cheetah sale to the farmers, and the second one, we're helping to support the market and the financial supporting for the farmers to selling the products. But not only selling the product, we also selling the value because we have generated the QR code from the traceability, so we can track all the information of the fruits and vegetables. So we can get the information about where's the product what the product produced, are they coating with the code safety code, and when the product damage. And as long as the human's life, they definitely need the food and the fruits and vegetables. So we have a lot of demand. So we have a target in the roadmap in the 5 years. We're targeting in replication 100 big point, so we can get more resources to fulfill all the demands. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Hafid. Any follow-up question, Mr. David? Well, we still have 6 minutes of time allocation for Q&A. Next judges, we have Mr. Jason Lee, please.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the presentation. So my question is a very fundamental question here. So basically, your idea is putting edible coating to vegetables to increase the shelf life. But my question is, how do we know that the coating that you're using will be safe? I mean, is it tested by some research institution, or did you get approval from, I don't know, Food and Drug Agency of Indonesia?
Yes, thank you for the great question. So first of all, our products, Cheetah Seal Edible Coating, right now has certification, 3 certification. The first, we have the Halal certification. The second, we have the BPOM, Food and Drug certification in Indonesia. And the last, we have HECCP certification. So we we make sure all the product is really safe and tested and proven tested to get extended supply of the over 20 fruit and vegetable in Indonesia.
Okay,
Well,
thank you very much.
Thank you.
well, thank you, Mr. Jason Lee. Now, we still have plenty of time. We move on to the next judges. Our beautiful lady, Ibu Siti Aziza.
Okay, hi Hafiz, good morning. So, good
Morning.
morning, everybody. So, I think this is a good idea for particularly Indonesian situation in the farmer side today. But I still have some questions, as we all know that it's not that easy to communicate to the farmers, socialize your program. While if you look at the business model and then what you just mentioned, presented, it's quite a lot of things that you need their support.
Yes.
So that's my question. And the second one is looking at your profitability, or you just mentioned about the SOM and so on. So my next question is, where is the most income and of course profitable income generated from the business? Thanks, Hafiz. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Azia, for the great questions. So yes, so many challenges where we are first of all to farmers. So the farmers really don't care about this issue, the food loss and food waste issue. We attending with the strong point, with the financial problem. So all the stakeholders in the fruits and vegetable losses 30 until 40%, while the post-harvest until distributions. So we offering the alternative solution with the really affordable cost, $0.006 coating. So they can get more income with our partnership. So this make the farmers want to communication and support. We are really want to support because Indonesia had a lot of the center of the fruit and vegetable, not only in Java. So we will replicate it 70 point outside of the Java to the equality of the and the justice. And where's the most income generated? The most income that we are generating from the selling the product. We have Cheetah Seal edible coating product that's selling to the farmers. The net profit margin can from the product 30 until 40% because we are produced from the food waste, the stream cell by product. And the second one from the sharing profit with the farmer because we support the market both domestically and export, and also for the sharing profit with the farmers to selling their fruit and vegetables products. Yes.
Well, thank you, Hafiz. And we still have around 2 minutes. We will give the floor to Ibu Dia Yusuf.
Okay, thank you, very much. So I want to understand about the business model, about the
Yes.
Biki point. So the Biki point is actually the service or the selling the product, because in the last presentation you asking, let's say you are offer to the investor for this, right? So what is the Biki point do? Is it a service or the selling the product? And what I understand from your presentation, so your coating is after harvesting, right?
Yes.
So I think the Chitasil is not like a fertilizer. So do you explore the cooperation, let's say, with the supermarket warehousing that they already have pulling the fruit in the supermarket warehouse, then they just coating so they can extend the shelf life? Or yeah, maybe you can explain the question.
Yes, thank you for the question, Mrs. Debu. The first for the Biki Point. Biki Point is a service. Biki Point is our partnership with the farmers. Farmers is make a farmers group, and farmers group making join the farmers group and have the chairman. We make a deal. We make MOU with the chairman of the joint farmers group to make a partnership services. We dedicated 1% to daily assistings because coating it's not enough to significantly reduce the number of the food loss. Why? Because if the when the farmers keep the products is a good condition in the harvest time, and in the bakers don't know how to handling it, so becoming the physical damage, and coating cannot solving the physical damage. So we make a biggie point. Biggie point assisting in the good handling practices, applying Chitasil so they can selling the product more time and selling the product more far, and also traceability system. Why we also make a traceability system? Because in the food waste side, in the consumer side, in Indonesia, we don't have uh, the label of the fresh product. So the food mostly damaged before the consumption. Yes. And our traceability system generated our QR system. So the consumer can, can showing the real time, the less of the shelf life of the each of the fruits and vegetable. And also we are support them to the market, but domestically and export market. And we are selling to the retail to the value of the product, because the retail have more time to selling the product for the consumer, and also have so much value added. So the retail can sustainability report. They can they are have a sustainability process. We are prevent the food loss and food waste. They are also contributing to the climate change.
Well, thank you, Hafiz. Apologize, you have to interrupt because your time has left 10 minutes. I need to be fair to all the
Okay.
finalists. Thank you, Hafiz, and what great jobs for you to have successfully answering all the questions from the judges. So, judges, before moving on to the next finalists, again, I'd like to remind you, please make sure that all the scoring form has been filled out. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now after hearing the presentations from representative of Indonesia, I'd like to present to you the next finalist, Faraday Energy from Malaysia.
Hi, Friday's Energy focuses on the renewable energy economy, specifically on the hydrogen technologies. So, why there's a huge push in all nations towards renewable energy? Because of the surging power demand. All of us here are talking about digital industries, app development, AI is coming in. We need huge power, and we need an alternative energy to cater this power demand. Conventional grid mechanisms are there, but it is not feasible due to the reliance on non-renewable energy resources. Petroleum, natural gases, coal are depleting. We don't have these resources for the future generation. Solar is there, very cheap, but we have limitation in terms of availability of solar and the space required for us to generate huge amount of electricity. The solution we are proposing to the market is called Flectron, a mechanism that generates electricity from water. Because we are using hydrogen, typically comes from water, so water-based electricity generator. The key feature of Flectron here lies on the novel advanced liquid cooling system, which is controlled by AI, artificial intelligence. Because in EV, the key issue or safety issue here is the battery performance. If the battery temperature increases, we have safety issues such as fire extinguishing. So we are taking this issue seriously by integrating with advanced liquid cooling system that is controlled by an AI. Additionally, AI also looks into hydrogen flow safety mechanism where it triggers if there's any hydrogen gas leakages. So eventually, we are looking into enhancing the safetiness and reliability of hydrogen components. Most importantly, Flectron is mobile and modular. We can scale up and scale down with regards to the power requirements. The one of the important here is that Flectron aligns well with SDG economy. So we are creating new economy, new ventures by looking into sustainable energy ecosystem. Hydrogen been in a market for the past 100 years. They are producing hydrogen, but there's no demand in power generation. So for example, in Indonesia, there are many hydrogen producers. We are coming there to complement each other by creating the utilization demand in power generation, circular economy, sustainable economy for the power generation in Indonesia for the society and nation. So, in terms of environmental impact, we are creating a zero carbon emission system where we are completely relying on renewable energy resources. Flectron requires minimal land space and huge reduction in terms of noise pollution. For end users, the end user would have benefit in terms of carbon credit and green energy procurements. We have done competitive analysis comparing to the commercial available product. Flectron stands out in terms of the novel liquid cooling system which is controlled by AI. The key advantage here is that the cooling system able to enhance the system performance by producing the same output of current with minimal fuel or minimal resources here. Flectron able to generate electricity continuously without disruption for 20 hours with a lifespan of 18 years. In terms of economic analysis, we have done real-time benchmarking with FNN's Fraser and Neff power consumption data. I can be talking about any kind of technologies. End of the day, dollar and cents is a very crucial point. So that is where Flectron stands out cheaper when you compare to grid and diesel generators. Solar seems to be cheaper, but there are hidden costs here. Solar has a huge maintenance cost and land acquisition hinders the expansion of solar energy. The figures here are being validated by the local prestigious universities and the extracted data are from the pilot testing which we have conducted. In general, Flectron is provide cost saving for the end user by 25% for the economy here. In terms of product action, we have done pilot testing at 4 facilities, and out of those 4 facilities, 3 of them have invested and funded Flectron to further upscale and deploy within their ecosystem. For example, 10 Infinity, these guys are looking into digital industries. Digital industries is one of the highest power consumption industries. So, Flectron is cost effective, reliable, and able to cater this power demand. That is why we have received investment from the industries here. In terms of market potential, we are looking into telco towers because we have current working agreement with 2 key players here. And at the moment, the realistic obtainable market for Friday's Energy's Flectron is about 264 million in Malaysia. That is the potential on the ground with regards to the working agreement. In terms of business model, we are looking at leasing model where the end user would be benefited from zero capex or zero investment model, and these guys have a flexibility in terms of scaling up or scaling down the power requirement here. And most importantly, the end user benefits from the 25% of cost saving mechanism. In terms of Faraday's Energy, we have our long-term business sustainability. After hitting our ROI, the revenue stream will still come in, and we are having a agreement to the industrial off-takers. We're having an agreement for 5 years where the end user should use the product for minimum of 5 years. Why 5 years? Because we are having ROI at a return of investment of 3 years, and then we have a profit at 2 years. So after that 5 years, the end user would have an option to either terminate or discontinue the product. Our profit margin lies with the 40% of the leasing cost. We are leasing at 10 cent USD per kilowatt, and the profit margin is 0.04 cent per kilowatt. This is my team here behind innovation of Flectron. We are looking for an opportunity to expand the market in Indonesia by complementing the hydrogen producers in Indonesia. Why Indonesia specifically? Because Indonesia is one of the nations that is expeditiously looking into renewable energy ecosystem. So we are coming there to create a demand for hydrogen market in power generation industry to provide a sustainable economy for the nation and for the society. Thank you.
Well, what a very great presentation from Faraday Energy Malaysia. We have the representative from Faraday Energy, Johan Vilay. Johan Vilay, let me confirm, it's Faraday or Friday? Friday, yeah? Yeah, so, okay. Well, as of the previous speakers, each of the finalists will also have like 10 minutes for Q&A session. Now, I've seen on my screen several of the judges has raised their hand. So 10 minutes for all the judges. The first question must be coming from Pak Meliadi Sembiring.
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you,
Faraday,
sir.
you hear me? Faraday or
Yes, I
Friday?
can.
Faraday Energy. I think the hydrogen-based energy is a promising business in the future because it is clean, zero emission. So this is good. But what is the most constraint in the implementing of the flexion in the future in your mind? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the wonderful question. There are two main issues here. Why? Because the people or the consumers have to understand hydrogen is a safe mechanism. Yes, all of us are thinking hydrogen is explosive. So this is an opportunity for Friday's Energy to enhance the safetiness. That's the key point here because all of us are thinking it is not safe, explosive, and so on. But the industry are working towards that. And that is where we have a patent on that to enhance the safetiness with our novel thermal management system or the cooling system. The second point here is obviously the infrastructure. The infrastructure of producing hydrogen is the main biggest issue here. But I or we in Faraday's Energy are not looking into production because we are looking into complementing each other. For example, right, in Indonesia, we have a Pertamina, PT, Layan, Nusantara Gas. These guys are producing hydrogen. I'm not going to disturb this market. So I'm going to use this hydrogen to create demand in power generation. So in a way, I'm trying to complement and creating or extracting the current landscape. So rather than creating a new landscape, I'm trying to bring the supply value chain within the existing market. So in that way, I'm trying to go into the market as soon as possible. So the infrastructure was the biggest question. And I think with this way or this approach, be able to tackle down those figures or those issues.
Thank you, Pak Meliadi. Any follow-up questions, Pak? We can move to the next judges. We have next question from Mr. David Senjunbek.
Okay, thank you so much for the presentation. I think your business is really promising. So I would like to just ask you to just help me to understand better because this is not to raise any skepticism. I just want to know your strategies. For example, there are certain challenges in the hydrogen industry, energy industry. So, for example, if you look at some other similar companies like in Canada, like Hydrogenics or Plug Power in the US or Haitian Motors in the US, they have been successful in a way, but also they have faced a lot of issues with the scalability and also the profitability. So I would like to hear your strategy for how you're going to overcome maybe the challenges of the profitability, and I'd like to hear also more in detail about how you're going to see the ecosystem. Because you talked about the infrastructure, and that one of the reasons why the hydrogen energy industry is not doing well against the EV is also because of their infrastructure and also ecosystem is not really well shaped yet. And so I'd like to hear you because it's especially also the capital intensive scaling in the beginning, and as the time goes, and also that challenges come back over and over again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think you brought up a right question. So to answer your first question, right? How am I okay? Why are these European market players suffering? The main reason here is the landscape. Because if you look at Southeast Asia, right, we all are looking towards, we have a huge space for us. For example, in let me name Indonesia. So these guys have a huge facility in terms of hydrogen production, and European they're lacking in terms of natural resources production, for example, oil and gas, right? So in Southeast Asia, we have huge facility to produce oil and gas. So with this oil and gas production, we have hydrogen, one of the byproducts. So we can utilize this when in European countries, for example, Canada or US, right? Yes, they have, but
they don't produce hydrogen naturally. So that is the huge here. So they have to install a huge either geothermal plant or hydrogen electrolyzer plant to produce hydrogen. So the hydrogen, where are they getting hydrogen? That is the biggest dollar question here. The supply value chain hinders the expansion. Whereas in Southeast Asia, we have an oil and gas plant. For example, in Indonesia, Pertamina is there. In Malaysia, we have Petronas there, and etc. Right? So we are producing hydrogen. So we are tapping into the existing market and go expand it accordingly. That's one of the things. And second here is that where are you bringing the cost effectiveness to the market? I can be talking any kind of technologies, you name it, sir. We can be any kind, right? But end of the day, I have to bring cost effectiveness, the dollar and cent. I have to save your pocket money. If it's not, then I'm not going to penetrate the market forever. So that is where we are providing 25% of cost saving. I'm not talking about new scheme or something. Reduction in terms of electricity cost. And third most important point here is that how am I managing my energy management system? For example, I'm giving you 1 liter of water, and how many of those liter of water you being converted into your final output? That is a key question here. So that is where our novel inbuilt liquid cooling system comes in. I'm using less resources to produce the same output as the solar or existing grid mechanism. And that is why hydrogen being identified as the most key energy here. In fact, in Indonesia, we saw, I think, the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, they're looking into hydrogen in power generation by 2030. The reason here, we have the ecosystem, we have the existing landscape. Just going to tap into that, use the byproduct of hydrogen, feed into the electricity generation and produce clean energy. And most importantly, cost effectiveness comes in. Because again, I can be talking about any kind of technologies. End of the day, the dollar and cent is very key when I go to the market. So that's where we are standing out in terms of Southeast Asia. Now, the fourth point just like to highlight here, sir. I think now, in at the moment, right, the Middle East, or sorry, the European cultures are moving towards Southeast Asia. The reason here, we have abundance of resources to generate the next generation of clean energy because we have land spaces, our natural resources are there. So utilizing those kind of features to produce a sustainable economy or sustainable ecosystem. I think China is doing one of the greatest job here. Just not to forget that because they have the facility already and they're tapping into those ecosystems to produce clean energy. One of the other countries that Thailand, Brunei, one of the biggest industries into hydrogen. Why? Because they have their natural resources already, and those nations don't have natural resources. We can just tap into abundance of water resources, electrolyzer plants. So we are trying to complement here. So I'm not creating a new infrastructure because that is not feasible for me. I'm going to tap into what existing in the market. So that is where I'm coming in, sir.
A very comprehensive
Thank you, sir.
answer from Faraday Energy. We still have one more judges raising their hand. Ibu Andina, please. Yeah, we still haven't be able to hear your voice, Bu Andina. Okay, can you hear our voice?
Okay, sorry, because just waiting for the organizer to my voice.
Great.
Well, actually, my simple question is similar with Mr. David about the strategy of the scalability from your technology. But the question is how to scalable your technology for use in different industry, maybe like in transportation, manufacturing, or etc. And the second thing, I'm really curious about the cost of your system. Actually, how do you address the cost challenges with the hydrogen production, and how to ensure affordability for the commercial use? Thank you.
Thank you, judges. So the first question is how scalable we are, right? So I think I showed a picture of Flactron. So those Flactron is very we designed the mechanism to be scalable. So for example, right, there's an industry A coming in and it requires 30 kilowatt, for example, and then there's another industry coming in 60 kilowatt. I can just stack up my battery and my fuel cell, and then I'm ready to go. So three components I need to scale up. I mean, just stacking up, for example, I have a 10 kilowatt battery and I just need to add another 10 kilowatt and then it goes down. So the basic outlay I don't have to change it. I just need to add things and just go to the market, similar to the gas flow, gas tanks or hydrogen gas supply chain as well. So I'm just going to stack up. That's my novelty here. So I'm not going to create new product. I'm just going to add few things and then go to the product. So that is where I'm addressing scalable. And the key feature of my technology is modular. I can just scale up and scale down with minimal efforts or minimal innovation here. It's very scalable because that is where we try to deploy at 3 facilities, and these guys are looking to of taking it. That is one of the answer to answer your question, madam. It's very scalable, and the most important point is modular based mechanism. And in fact, for example, you are using only 5 kilowatt. I can just adjust my mechanism, and okay, it just produces 5 kilowatt. Or if you just want 10 kilowatt, I can just adjust my mechanism, produces 10 kilowatt. So it's very scalable and modular. That's one thing. And one
Well,
more thing, the main thing here is that with my IoT mechanism, it enhances the modularity.
sorry,
So
you're
the,
going
the
to
most important
interrupt.
question
Your time has lapsed. So sorry, I have to conclude your Q&A
okay,
session for you as of now. Thank you once
okay.
again for
Sorry.
all judges, and congratulations for Faraday Energy for successfully completing Q&A session and pitching sessions as the second finalist. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we still have 8 finalists to go as we have 10 finalists for a demo day today. Now, after listening to the presentations of representative of Indonesia and Malaysia, now we go to the Republic of Korea. We have the third finalist, Reharvest.
Alex Mann. I'm here to present Reharvest to you. I'm co-founder and CEO of Reharvest. Now, Reharvest was founded towards the end of 2019, and so far we have been certified by B Corp as well as HACCP, and as well as Green Technology Innovator from Korean government as well. Now, at Reharvest, what we're aiming to do is we're closing the F&B industry's ongoing loop by upcycling by products that are currently being thrown away or currently being used as a low value added products. And by doing so, we're creating a circular economy within F&B industry as well. Now, by doing so, we're directly hitting SDG number 12 as well as number 2, 8 as well. Now, what we are aiming to do as a problem is to reduce the food waste and to have a very sustainable solution for that as well. With people's complications and also the complexity of the F&B industry grows, the byproducts and food waste is looking to expected to grow, and we are aiming to hatch and reharvest all these byproducts and food waste into food again. At Reharvest, our solution is quite simple. We get a bulk of food byproducts and we upcycle and we turn it into an alternative powder called energy powder. Now, by using this energy powder, we have a very upstream-driven business model where we provide energy powder as a raw ingredient to bakeries such as Do As You, which is part of CJ, and No Brand Pizza and kimchi products as well. And in terms of B2C products, we have our own products as well to increase the product market awareness as well as to have a captive market as well. We also have a lineup, non-food lineup for the byproducts that we incur during the upcycling process as well. Now, for the market entry, it's quite simple for Reharvest as well. We grow with the ESG trend. All the food manufacturers that incurs of byproducts are looking to have a very strong value driven by byproducts, and we're aiming to upcycle these byproducts, thereby having a very strong partnerships with these big companies to get byproducts and also to launch the product as well. Now, we're aiming to target alternative food market, which is growing really fast. Towards the end of Reharvest goal, we're looking to obtain global plant food-based market and to have very sustainable growth with the food upcycling theme as well. Now, just looking at our food upcycling theme as well, it's growing really fast. We have a growth of CAGR of 5%, and we're looking to achieve $85 billion market towards the end of 2029. This growth of demand will increase based on the environmental needs, which is quite changing dramatically in the past 5 years. Now, we're aiming to become the leader of food upcycling in Asia. Up to now, we have a net funding of $8 million USD. We have a very strong investors such as Stick Investment, CJ, and others as well. And we're looking to close our Series B round this year and hoping to grow really fast. Now, in terms of competitiveness, we have a very strong partnership with the companies that are providing our byproducts as well as co-promoting these products. Right now, we are working with AB InBev to get a beer spent grain. We're working with Korea's biggest sugar player, Nirinbua, and also CJ to get a wheat byproduct, which is the byproducts of white flour milling as well. CJ is our strategic investor as well, so thereby having a locking in impact to provide byproducts as well as for us to provide an exclusive powder, energy powder to CJ as well to create bakery products for Durejulus. Now, in terms of technology, we have a very differentiated technology. From the value process of food upcycling, from collecting, cleaning, dehydration, drying, milling, and micromanagement, we have a very first food upcycling factory in Gyeonggi-do, Korea area, having 11 different registered patents across the value chain. This really goes out to say that we have a technological competence for scale up as well. Now, our Rynergy flour has a very strong market value as well. Rynergy flour, in comparison to other competitive products such as quinoa and oat flour, has at least 2 times more proteins and 11 times more fiber. And we have a very cost competitive pricing as well. Now, in terms of ESG, which is environmental sector that we focus on, our Rynergy powder roughly can save up to 11 kilograms of carbon as well as 3.7 tons of water. This really goes out to say that our product is healthy and also eco-friendly as well. Now, for a long term, we're looking to expand our byproducts expansion as well as creating a more value-adding products to continuously innovate the market in the food upcycling as well. Now, thank you so much for listening to my presentation. I really hope that you understand the upcycling scene better and that it is that most important thing in the F&B industry to close the loop in the F&B cycle as well. Thank you so much. Bye now.
Well, thank you, Reharvest, for your presentation. Now, as of the previous speaker, we will have 10 minutes Q&A. We have representative of Reharvest, Mr. Alex, joining us, ready to receive questions from the judges. Well, we have couples of judges raising their hand already. The first judges, I think I'd like to give the floor to Elaine.
Hi, Alex. Good morning. Very interesting business. Congratulations, because I think you're in the process of securing Series B, if I'm not mistaken. So I have 2 questions actually. Number one, I wasn't very clear in terms of your powder. What is actually the feed or the raw material?
Can you hear me now, by the way? All right, perfect. So thank you so much for the great question, Elaine. We're very differentiated from other upcyclers globally, whereas they use a single source byproducts to be upcycled. In Korea, and also the very first upcycler in Asia, we upcycle various different byproducts. So mainly we handle beer byproducts. Right now we're working with PT Muti Bintang in Indonesia as well. And also we're upcycling shike byproducts. And also we're upcycling byproducts from the white flour milling process from CJ as well. So, and you know, as we grow, we're looking to expand our horizons in the byproduct scene as well to be upcycled.
Okay, so so hence when you scale, right? So I guess the sources or the location is actually very important. So how do you, which is leading to the scaling question, how do you actually gather these byproducts? Do you work with partners?
So fantastic question as well. So right now we have a partnership with the AB InBev. at least in Korea, and also with Heineken, which works with PT Multi Bintang in Indonesia. And also CJ. CJ is the biggest white flour miller in Korea, and they're also our investor. So we have a lock-in impact from there. Now, in terms of from a collection point of view, we have our own cold and hot supply chain that we made. So we have a registered technology that is proprietary to reharvest, to upcycle various different byproducts that are hot and cold as well.
Just one last question. So, from what you're saying, you're in Korea and Indonesia. So, where are the next few countries that you are targeting?
So what we are targeting right now is to go to the North American regions. Right now, we have an ongoing contract with AB InBev, which owns the biggest beer company in Korea called OB Beer. So right now, we're in discussion to upcycle their Budweiser byproducts, which is located out in California and Virginia in United States. I think we're looking to do that by the end of third quarter of next year. We're right now mobilizing our full-scale equipment to a portable size so that we could export out our food upcycling solution to them as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Elaine. Now we still have two judges in a row. Next judges for questions. I will hand over to Ibu Siti Aziza. Yeah, Ibu Siti Aziza, the mic is yours. Your voice.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
So actually, thank you for the presentation. So I have this is a very good initiative, but just wondering actually what is your main market? I mean, are you selling locally, or you are mostly export, or maybe you have another market? And the second one is looking at the sustainable business model. So just in case, I want to know your bigger plan on this one, because upcycling food is I believe that a lot of countries need it. So may you also explain about your future program, say another 3 to 5 years? Thank you.
Thank you, fantastic for the fantastic question as well. Now, going into your first question, my plan to go outside of Korea or my business model. Now, in Korea, my main business model is B2B. So we get a bulk of byproducts. There's about, for a single beer company in Korea called OB Beer, which is owned by AB InBev, they incur about 420,000 tons of byproducts per year. Now, we upcycle only a portion of it for now. So we upcycle about 120 tons. So we get these 120 tons of byproducts, we turn it into a powder format, mainly a fiber-packed powder format, and we supply it to like Durejuru and big food makers. That's our one main business. Second main business that we carry out is B2C business. So when we go outside of Korea, for example, US or Canada or Indonesia, sometimes it is very difficult to bring in our food upcycle solution, which is closely related to equipment investment called CapEx. So before we do that, we would like to test the market, and also we would like to let partner know about these products to go to market. So what we do in Indonesia right now is we work with PT Multi Bintang to create a POC product, proof of concept products, and we roll it out to different market and see the market scale. And when the market is ready, we export our B2C products. But our goal when we go outside of Korea is to export out our food upcycling solution. So globally, we're the only one that does more than 100 tons of capability in terms of production upcycle ingredients. So we would like to mobilize and portabilize these solution, and we would like to export it out to, for example, Indonesia, North America, and other regions, other parts of global locations as well. Like you said, byproducts upcycling is much needed. And I don't want to do that based in Korea. If I want to increase and maximize the impact of the business, I'll need to export out my solution itself. So that's what I want to do in the next 5 years.
Well, perfect answer, Alex, from the Harvest. Now, I think we still have like 2.5 minutes. I'd like to give the mic to Mr. David.
Okay, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, perfect.
Yes.
Okay, Alex, thank you so much for the presentation, and also congratulations on the Series B round fundraising, and also the great partnership that you have demonstrated to us. I would like to ask you the question about because you know that some other players in the not exactly the same but the similar market, like for example in the United States there's a Regrain, and also the Netherlands they have a Chrome Comer. In UK there's a Tocile. All those companies, I'm not so sure whether they're really the same segment as you are, but on the other hand, all of them looked very successful on the surface, but at the same time, when you look into their financial performance, they all have suffering from the thin margins, and also the scalability is one thing, but the profitability in terms of the profitability and margin, I think maybe you can elaborate on what your strategies are.
Great question, David. Thank you so much for asking me. Now, in comparison to the other colleagues, I call them Regrain, Toastale, and all these companies, there's actually only one upcycle food association globally, and according to them, we have the biggest capability for producing a raw ingredient of upcycled flour. So, for example, what Regrain do is they collect a little bit of byproducts and they turn it into a powder format and then they make a B2C product. So a lot of the upcycler in the scene, because they don't have that scale of technologies, they use a little bit of byproducts that are upcycled, and then they make a B2C product. So when you look at all the upcyclers globally that they're doing well, they only focus on B2C because they don't have the technology at the moment. Now, a lot of consortium from Upcycle Association from Canada to US, they have visited my factory as a benchmark. So our technology is really key to bring down the raw material cost of the byproducts to be upcycled and to be used as a product. So just to give you an example, our original flour cost of goods sold is very competitive. It's roughly about 2% higher than regular white flour milling process. And also, we have a very efficient collection system. So when we get a byproducts at a scale, because Regrain, when they collect one batch, they collect about 1 tons, whereas we collect about 20 tons. So from that point of view, we have a huge difference between the economies of scale. So because of that, we do achieve a very strong and potential market competitiveness in terms of cost of goods sold as well.
Well, thank you, Alex. Right, just the time that has left for the Q&A session. Once again, congratulations for the third finalist, Three Harvest from Korea. Well, ladies and
Thank you.
gentlemen, we will moving on to the next finalist. We have the fourth finalist, Naxal from Indonesia.
Hello, I'm Arif from Naxal. The story of Naxal began when I wanted to buy an electric skateboard, but the price at that time was very high. Determined, I built my own, and to my surprise, my friends placed some pre-orders. That moment sparked the creation of Naxal in 2018. In Indonesia, inefficiencies in ride-hailing services, alongside more than 210 million motorcycles, significantly contribute to CO2 emissions. Additionally, conventional cargo bikes fail to meet the increasing demand for efficient and clean mobile retail solutions. This presents an urgent need for greener, more efficient mobility, which is where Naxal steps in. We offer sustainable last-mile electric vehicle solutions, including electric bikes and conversion services.
not only recycling and repurposing older parts from bigger electric vehicles so that the price is way be more affordable for our customers, but also helping reduce carbon emissions and support the circular economy. Our current focus now is on B2B solutions, particularly electric cargo bikes designed for commercial use. These bikes serve industries like food and beverages, logistics, and offering powerful solutions for mobile retail channel, market, or industries. With 50% female participation in our ambitious and diversity team, we also empower women to earn extra income by using our electric cargo bikes for direct-to-consumer retail, not only enabling them to manage mobile retail businesses and proactively reach customers directly through our electric cargo bikes, but we're also optimizing delivery routes and customer engagement. The global electric cargo bikes market is projected to reach $1 billion by 2025, with Indonesia playing a critical role. As sectors like e-commerce, logistic, F&B brands such as Kopi Jago, Nescafe, Telkomsel, House, Sunpride, and other brands are rapidly adopting this mobile retail channel sustainable solutions. Naxal business model achieves 30 to 45% gross profit margins, with 3.7x year-on-year growth in 2023. Our efforts have reduced 5,450 metric tons of CO2, contributing to SDGs and promoting gender equality, while helping business improve operational efficiency while aligning with SDG 5, SDG 11, and SDG 13. At Naxal, we are the forefront of sustainable urban mobility, repurposing EV parts for two-wheelers, reducing emissions, empowering women, and delivering scalable AI-enhanced solutions to business and value to our smart electric cargo bikes even smarter, such as daily route tracking and heat map to optimize sales location and times, carbon emission tracking for comparing the reduction to traditional internal combustion engines, real-time AI recommendations for riders, improving business efficiency with synchronous feedback. Thank you for your time, and let's build a sustainable future together with Naxal.
Well, thank you, Naxal, for your presentation. It was very fantastic presentation by Naxal from Indonesia. Now we have Mr. Arif Azhar as representative of Naxal joining us virtually, ready for your Q&A questions. Well, judges, Q&A session will be start. It's going to be as per the previous finalists, 10 minutes for each finalist. Well, we have two judges popping up already on the screen for the question. The first judges, I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Thomas.
Good day, and congratulations. I just got two questions that come to my mind. Your electric vehicles, what is the lifespan of these vehicles? And at the end of life, how do you dispose them?
Okay. Should I answer directly those questions, or? Okay, so, all right. Thank you, Mr. Thomas, for your questions. So, the end of the life cycles of our vehicles, especially, it will degradable for the battery itself. It will like degrade the capacity of the battery itself. So we can repurposing the battery, like the battery itself for the smaller capacity. For instance, like we are currently using the battery source from the bigger vehicles, such as the electric vehicles, the electric cars that we are repurposing that can use by our two-wheelers EV, such as the motorcycles and e-bikes. And after the end of the life cycles in our use, it still can be used for smaller purpose, such as for doing for the watch, and it also can be used for another purpose, such as like the smaller devices using like the vape or the smaller like the laptop and others. So it still can be recyclable until it's fully degradable and need to fully recyclable. So I hope that's answered my your questions.
Yeah, please, Mr. Thomas, if you have follow-up questions. Well,
So
we still cannot hear your voice,
I
Mr.
can.
Thomas. Yeah, now we can hear you.
Okay, because I'm just asking the batteries. You're saying that you just the batteries can be used perpetually from one source to another source. It does not make a bit of a logic. It's just that so are you trying to say that you are using second-hand batteries for your vehicles and not new ones, or that after this is just passed on to someone? Because I have a bit of a concern for electric vehicles. There is there's a lifetime span, and how do you dispose of it? It actually can cause damage to the environment because of the materials and in the batteries. So how you dispose batteries is of interest to me as well.
Okay, so in Indonesia itself, there's several company or maybe 3 until 4 company that handle this kind of fully degradable for the battery ingredients. So they can like the separate fully degradable that can split the cobalt, the nickel, and others spark with their big machinery. So the end of the life cycle, we can we we usually hand over all of the battery that need fully recyclable things to the our third-party partners. But for the recyclable battery that we use from the repurposing from electric cars battery, that from the electric cars battery, it has like the time span for 8 years. So we use it, we still can use it for the lifetime until like 2 or 3 years before it's fully degradable. But it's only for the options because like we have several inquiries from our customers that need for the in terms of the price sensitive things. So it's just an options, and it also differentiate us from another competitors that only selling the new parts and with the expensive price. I hope that answer your questions.
Well, thank you, Mr. Thomas. Now we still have 2 judges raising their hand. Next judges, I think I'd like to give my mic to Dr. Chong Hyun Lee.
I have a simple question about your quality of reused part. So my question is about how do you plan to mitigate this risk associated with the securing reliability and consistent supply of high quality recycled component? That's why your business model basically incorporates the circular economy approach by reusing components by very large electric vehicle. So my question is about that. Yeah, how do you mitigate the risk to insecure reliability from the used component of that circumstances?
Okay.
Can you tell me about
Thank you.
them more shortly? I'm just wondering about that your the contingency plan to secure the reliable the reused parts, right?
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Chung Kyung Lee, for the question. So whether it's recycled things or recycled parts, we also give them the warranty starting from 3 months. So before we handed up the goods to the customers, we are already tested all the battery, like we do the charge and the discharge and the make sure of, with all of like 16 kind of tests that we've done before, we handed to the customers, especially for the safety inductions. And the process itself for the testing itself is like handling more than like 30% of the time production. So we're making sure that all of our products could be safely enough. And for the past 5 years, we handed for the battery itself, the recyclable things, the error issues in reaching out only 0.5%, and that's only the minor issues like the battery not displaced like because of the shock. We haven't had any major issues like the fires or the broke the battery that harmed the rider, especially like that. Hopefully, in the future, not be happening like that. So that's my answers.
Thank you, Arif Fajar. We still have around 2 minutes. And last question from the judges from Nicole.
Hi, this is Nicole. I do really like the concept. I don't think we would have time to address everything, but I would just maybe share some feedback and maybe some questions as well in case if you have time to address those. I think for the products, I really like the segment that you mentioned about the hawkers and the small vendors and mom and pop shops, because basically I think in a lot of countries like Vietnam or Indonesia, we do have some of those like small street vendors who are definitely looking for these kind of solutions. I think right now you're offering a lot of things in the menu. Maybe it's better just to focus a little bit on what is more viable at this stage, because of course there are plenty of questions about security, about technical setup, everything that you might need to address. So maybe that's just one of the feedback that I have. Number two, I like your story, the personal story about how you started this company, as a more like your own model, your own project. But together, of course, we need to see more competencies from the team as well to see how you would be able to actually put this together like a professional product. So that's something missing that I haven't seen here. Number three, I think with the competitors matrix and the review right now is a little bit unclear. Like you mentioned about the local and the international vendors, but we don't know exactly what kind of segments they are looking at, and some of the information about their let's say guarantee warranty service and everything. It's still a little bit blurred to me. So I think it would be great to kind of actually see how you actually position yourself next to those competitors, so that we would be able to make a more sound evaluation. The last point is about the timeline, because I think right now your product might be already out there, but not exactly out there in the market. So how are you going to be kind of really launching the product? Let's say the features and everything. We want to see that a little bit more clearly, so that you don't have to deliver everything right now. But I guess like further down the road, once you answer these questions about technical profitability, go to market, then basically when everything comes together, it will be much better to review the whole project as a more long-term plan, rather than just like, a personal project that you're working on. So, they're not questions, but I think they're more like feedbacks. And if you can address some of those, it would be great, to see more refinement or fine-tuning of your products.
All right, thank you very much for your feedback, Nicole. So basically, all of the menu is like I wanted to give a storytelling like from the zero story to right now, and our current focus is 95% on the B2B sites, because we've like received inquiries maybe 30 times increase from the previous year for the B2B sites. I guess like for the electric cargo bikes is growing amazingly. The request from the brand inside Indonesia and
Thank you,
outside
Arif. Sorry for
the Indonesia.
Your
All
time
right.
has left. So probably if you want to give like personal feedback, feel free to, just, giving a personal feedback directly to our judges via chat box as well. Well, thank you again, Naxal from Indonesia, for successfully completing the Q&A session. Now, from Indonesia, again, we move to the Republic of Korea. We have the fifth finalist, Millennial Plover Town.
Hi, this is Millennial Flavor Town. We design better food for conscious consumers. Our target is flexitarians who are conscious of the environment, health, and the food itself. Multiple studies have shown that the number of flexitarians and their markets are rising fast. Also, alternative meat, which represents healthy and eco-conscious food, is expected to replace the traditional meat by 60%. The mine leaders also invested in this sector. Why is this happening? Beef is biggest cause of carbon emission. It is super inefficient industry. 92% of the meat that is raised for 2 years are discarded or unfavored from a cow that is slaughtered. It also causes adult diseases and diabetes. But for me, the biggest issue is that just stopping people from eating meat is unrealistic for the majority of the consumers. We can't be a monk. Meat lovers cannot be just forced to replace meat with simple salads or vegan meats. However, the alternative meat still has problems. It has no marbling, it has chemical taste, and the image of fake meat. So we are bringing 3 solutions to the market. Totally new menu designed by chef, not just replacing meat. Our proprietary meat for mass production, and the meal kits for better distribution. My product is like ramen, pizza, and meat bar. Did you know they already contains a lot of alternative protein? As long as people like the taste, whether it is plant-based or not doesn't matter. Similarly, 95% of our customers who visit our restaurants order this menu made with alternative meat. Also, through a lab test, we made the texture as similar as Hanu. In blind testing, both Korean and American said our meat is similar or better than beef. Furthermore, our menus have gained more than 500 exposures, including major medias, US, UK, and Japan. Most of our customers are not vegans. They had a hard time knowing that it was plant-based. This was all possible due to our proprietary alternative meat. We have technology for making premium marbled beef, such as Hanu or Wagyu, which are loved by luxury restaurants. 60% of meat market is whole cut, but only 2 brands in the world are producing this whole cut marbling type. Not only the texture, we aim for the premium quality beef flavor by using our mushroom fermentation technique for little chemical taste. We are already doing mass production, and we have cut the production cost to 15 euro per kilo. We'll be launching in fine dining premium Korean Wagyu package for better branding and distribution. This also has a high impact on climate change. If we sell 3 tons, we can reduce CO2 that is emitted from 346 cars for a year. Since more than 50% of our customers are foreigners in our restaurant, our target for expansion is gourmet food market in USA and Europe and Asian. We will expand B2B and B2C channels to restaurants and supermarkets in Europe and USA by 2024. If there is anyone who can collaborate with me, please come and talk to me. To wrap up our presentation, I would like to mention that food is like fashion. It does not work 100% rationally, but with emotion. So it is important that we have a deep understanding of our customers' behavior to persuade us to eat more sustainably. We design food to create connection and inspiration like green fashion and lifestyle. Lastly, this is our meat that is being cooked. As you can see, our steak can be cooked as rare or well-done steak. I hope you enjoy. Thank you for listening. Millennial Flavor Town.
What a fantastic presentation from Millennial Plover Town. We have Lynn here as the representative from Millennial Plover Town from Republic of Korea. Well, as of the previous speakers, again, you will have 10 minutes for Q&A. So judges, if you have any questions to the 5th finalists, well, now we have some of the judges raising their hand for questions and answer. The first judges, I'd like to hand over to Mr. Lee Jae-sung from GGGI.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. So I'm not an expert of alternative meat market, but my understanding is the most famous one is the Beyond Meat in the US. And then my understanding is also that they're not doing so well in terms of their business. So how is your product different compared to Beyond Meat? I mean, what is your competitive edge compared to Beyond Meat?
Yeah, Lynn. Yeah, the operator will help to unmute you.
I understand that the stock price of the Beyond Meat has been reduced for almost 99%. It's about $6 right now. And I think it's very devastating for me that our competitors are not doing very well. But at the same time, it's a very good news because Beyond Meat is a ground meat company. So they only make burgers and sausages. But that for that burger style, it only can cover 60% of the meat 40% of the meat market. So 60% of the meat market is a steak type. So when you cut it, so it has a meaty texture instead of the ground meat. In Korean, it's 떡갈비 style. But our style is steak type. And the steak type in the world only has 3 companies in the world: Redefined Meat, Chunk Food, which are both from Israel, and one is Juicy Marbles from the Slovenia. So we only have 3 competitors in the world. And they have been doing so well. And for those 3 companies, the marbling type is nothing. So like only Juicy Marbles has a few marblings, but they have just 5% for a steak type. But for our product, we are representing Hanu Korean beef. So we have more than 25% of marbling. So in that way, marbling and type of steak type and the flavor, we have a very strong competitive aspects compared to other alternative meat company. Thank you so much for a good question.
Well, thank you, Lynn. And we will moving to the next judges. We have David. Over to you.
Okay, thank you for the great presentation. I think your product looks very yummy. So I hope that I can taste it someday. So my question actually related to the previous question, but from the not the from the perspective of product, but also more towards about your strategy. As he mentioned, the previous judge mentioned, yeah, Beyond Meat is not only about the maybe whether it's a similar product or the same product or segment the same or not. It's just that I just want to know how you can differentiate your business strategy, because whether it's the same segment or similar segment or a little bit different segment, still, one reason why they have been not doing well is because of the operation cost, and also not only I think is whether your product is the same or not. So I want to hear not the product wise, more about the business strategy wise.
That's true. When I was making a good product, I realized that the ingredients cost is very, very high, and also the manufacture cost. Same for the Beyond Meat and Just Egg and Impossible Food. The first price for their meat was very expensive, but they have been managed to reduce the production cost by making a bigger facility. But at first, we are not having a huge amount of customers. So at first, we need to have a scheming product marketing strategy. So the first market for us is a premium market, because we cannot reduce the production cost right now. So for USA, we have been contacting two premium markets in US. It's called Arahon and Happier Grocery, and they have the customer for them. They don't care about the price, and it's very prestigious to just be inside those markets. And plus, I realized that Wagyu in US is only sold in their own online market instead of selling it in Whole Food because it's too expensive. So we are having a two strategy, getting it into the premium market and selling it by our own website, which has been redesigned recently. And we are trying to get 3PL services through LA warehouses, and which will be contracted very soon. Also for the UK, we are having the similar and from starting from our own website, we will expand to restaurants and distributors, and by reducing the cost. Thank you for asking. Good question.
Well, thank you, David. Then thank you, Lynn. Now we still have two judges for the Q&A in row. I'd like to hand over the screen to Ibu Siti Aziza.
Okay, thank you. This is very interesting business, and as the judges said, it's very yummy. So my question is actually, you said that you will also market this to the several part. But I just wondering, why don't you see as the part of the supply chain, so between the restaurant definitely and distributor of the meat itself, and of course you can also sell directly. And the second question is actually on the market size, because you are targeting on millennial dining. So I don't have any numbers about the size of the that market in your country, but can you give us a bit explanation on this one, on the market size? Thank you.
The market size has been increasing around 34% CAGR. So I estimated that compared to AI, it's about 1/3 of AI market. So it has been very increasing. It has been increasing a lot recently, and it has much bigger market compared to the zero sugar market as well. So that is very interesting part. And the first market for the global meat market is USA, followed up by UK, Germany, and Australia. So I am targeting US and UK first due to the bigger market. The size of the US market is 80 times bigger than Korean market. So we are just manufacturing in Korea, but we are trying to export to our sub corporate in USA, so that they can do the distribution there. I hope, and also it is expected to replace the meat market by 60%. So that from that point, it has a promising market size in terms of the sustainability wise.
Well, thank you, Lynn, and thank you, Ibu Siti Aziza. Now we still have 1.5 minutes. I think I'd like to hand over my mic to Miss Elaine.
Hi, Lynn, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, hi. Very interesting business. I really like this. Just two questions. I'm just curious in terms of the difference of your pricing with the actual marbled meat, and what are your margins like? And my second question would be, it looks as if your demand is growing. Do you have the capacity to serve the market? Thank you.
Firstly, we have a manufacturing system that we can make 130 kilogram per year, and from that point, we can almost cover. I'm not sure in English, but we can cover a similar market size as the juicy marbles. So but we are trying to get investments to increase our production size from 130 to 1030. So from that point, we have a promising size. And I'm sorry, what was your first question?
Oh, the pricing.
Pricing-wise, our margin is different compared to B2C and B2B market. For B2C, we have a very clean ingredients, so we don't use any artificial ingredients and we don't use any MSG because we want to be inside the whole food or premium market. But
I
it's more.
apologize, Lynn. Your time has out. So I need to interrupt since the Q&A session has lapsed for the Millennial Flavor Town. Once again, congratulations, Lynn and your team for having successfully pitched your video and answering the questions from the judges. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have witnessing the pitch presentations video from the first up to the fifth finalists. So we still have around 5 finalists to go for all top 10 finalists. But I think joining this virtual event has drained out our energy. And I think everyone is deserved to have like a short break of 10 minutes. So if you want to grab some coffee, grab some refreshment, or going to toilet, I think this is time for you, to all judges and finalists. Please make sure that you will return back to this room within 10 minutes. So see you in 10 minutes.
Di era yang terus maju, kita harus terus berkembang. Informasi berperan penting untuk mencerahkan diri. Informasi yang akurat membuat kita menjadi lebih bijak, tanggap, dan siap menghadapi tantangan. Bersama Kompas, jadilah versi diri Anda yang lebih tercerahkan. Mari arungi lautan informasi dengan penunjuk arah yang tepat. Kompas.id, multimedia mencerahkan.
Hi, welcome back to the final demo day of the 5th Korea ASEAN Business Model Competition 2024. So after having like 10 minutes break, it's quite short for the break, but I believe that this short break would actually giving me more energy and having such a refreshment during breaking session. Well, as we have informed that we have watched 5 finalists are displaying their pre-recorded video. So we still have around 5 last finalists to present their business model on today's final demo day. Ladies and gentlemen, today's BMC is the 5th consecutive years. This BMC for sure is conducted within the collaboration of Ministry of SMEs and Startup Republic of Korea and Ministry of SMEs Republic of Indonesia. So this is the 5th consecutive year where this competition is conducted, and we have had a lot of winner joining the competition since 2020 up to 2023. So today, in the 5th consecutive years of the BMC, we will see and watch who will be the winner of the 5th Korea ASEAN Business Model Competition 2024. Well, ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, I'd like to move to the 6th finalist. We have Prince Square from Lao PDR.
Hello, my name is Danny Wanawong. I'm the CEO of Print Square. We are a 3D printing company based in Laos with mission to address two big challenges, which is plastic waste and the need for affordable and custom 3D printing solution. At Print Square, we recycle PET bottle and turn them into 3D printing filament, while also offering custom 3D printing service. Let me share our journey so far. Since we start in February 2023 in incubation of MegaBox Cloud, we reached several milestones. We launched our 3D printing business in pilot phase and successful prototype RPT filament. And then we won the first place in Ecoton 2024 business pitching. Right now, we are registered entity in Laos and we building momentum to scale up. So let's say about the problem in Laos and much of Southeast Asia have serious plastic issues. Every day, in Vientiane capital, produce around 28 tons of plastic waste, and also across ASEAN region, 31 million tons of plastic waste thrown away every year, but there are not many recycling solutions. At the same time, in Laos, there are over 20,000 people live with disabilities caused by unexploded bomb from Vietnam War, and these people need prosthetic and other custom equipment, but affordable solutions are hard to find. So these are the challenges we want to solve. At Print Square, we do three key things. Number one is recycle plastic bottle and turn them into high quality recycled PET filament, and then use that filament for 3D printing custom product. It's kind of a full circle solution that turn waste into something beautiful and functional. So in summarize, Print Square have two products. Number one is recycled PET filament, which is we sell the materials, and number two, which is 3D printing as a custom service. When speak about SDG, our work directly supports several UN Sustainable Development Goals, including reducing pollution, promote domestic productivity, and support people with disabilities. So let's talk about the market side. The global 3D printing market is repeatedly growing. In 2023, it's worth around 1.7 billion US dollar and expect to grow by 21.8% CAGR over the next few years. And the demand for FDM 3D printer is also increasing with over 2 million sold last year. And the consumption of polymer filament is estimated to reach 194 million kilograms annually. Also in ASEAN, countries like Singapore, Thailand, and Malaysia are the big players here. This is our target customer. We focus to do 3D printing service in Laos. So we target someone who looking for prototyping or product design, who need low cost manufacturing, and a business who need some small volume of custom product, and STEM student who need to kind of affordable solution to complete their school project. And then the last one, we sell the filament to client in overseas. Now we compare to our competitor, we stand out by using RPT filament, focus on local market like ASEAN, and provide custom service. Competitors like Polymaker and Eason focus on other material, but Print Square is committed to sustainability and affordability. And this slide shows how Print Square compare with others. So we highly focus on sustainability and customization, positioning us strongly in the market against the global and regional competitors. For the go-to-market strategy, we will sell through partner sale with reseller, NGO, or bottle suppliers, and as well as direct sale through e-commerce, social media, and we will leverage our local advantage in ASEAN to scale quickly. So our pricing designed to be both competitive and accessible. $7 per kilogram of RPC filament and 1 cent per gram of 3D printing object and $15 for custom 3D design. With that pricing, we expect to generate $20,000 from filament sale and $20,000 from 3D printing service. And we can make another $7,500 from custom design orders at year one. And our team combines diverse skill and experience to make Print Square successful. I'm the CEO and director with background in data science, 3D printing, and project management. I focus on leading the company vision and strategy. And next one, Phi Sinon Pao, our marketing manager with expertise in marketing and sales, driving our market outreach and branding. And the last one, Nat Vilagon, our technical support specialist, skill in software development, IoT, and robotics. So Nat ensure that our 3D printing operation runs smoothly and effectively. This is a kind of long-term plan. By 2026, we plan to scale up our production of recycle and filament to meet the demand in the future. And next one, we aim to be the largest 3D printing service provider in Laos. And within 2028, we will start develop like kind of R&D, the exoskeleton suit made from recycled plastic. And the next one is 2029 to 2030. We aim to expand into construction industry because we want to use 3D printing technology to build houses from recycled materials. And in summary, Print Square is solving two main problems, which is plastic waste and the need for affordable custom 3D products. Through sustainable 3D printing, we believe in printing a better future where the plastic becomes a resource and sustainable manufacturing lead the way. We already proven that our product can make a difference. With your support, we can expand our impact even further. And together, let's transform the future of plastic one filament at a time. Thank you.
Well done, Danny, for your presentations. And now it's time for you to have a Q&A session. So as per previous speakers, each of the finalists will have 10 minutes time of allocation for the Q&A session. And on my screen, we have 3 judges pop up already, willing to ask the questions to you, Danny. So the first judges, I think I would like to hand over to Ibu Siti Aziza to delivering the questions.
Okay, thank you, Danny. So it's it's very encouraging business, and we know that the last year winner is also do some recycling from plastic, and also develop the several products for housing solutions. So Danny, my question is actually you are explaining a very broad market in your presentation. So just wondering which one is you want to focus as a start. I know that in the future you also have a very long-term plan. That one, and second one, plastic is actually everywhere. So are you? I mean the plastic waste particularly. Are you targeting on the certain part of your country, or you are promoting also outside, including whatever you have later in the product side? So that's my question. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your question. I think for the market, I know it's a big market, but we want to tie up, build our capacity and more strong. So we will focus to do business in Laos first, and then for the recycle plastic, we aim to do business within ASEAN region only for 1 or in 3 years, in these 3 years. And for the second question, I'm not sure. I mean, you mean only collect waste Sorry, can you repeat the second question again?
Okay, so actually, you have a very broad market segment. So which one that you want to be focused on? Are you starting with the 3D part? Because you also mentioned about the housing solution. So I just wondering which one that you want to start with. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to start from small, of course. And the big and construction industry is a very long-term move in the future. But right now we focus on, making things for students, for university students, or making for example, a prosthetic device for disabled people in Laos, and for some thing 3D printing technologies kind of can do a lot of things. Okay, for example, I printing a product, the actual product for B2B client. They want just, for example, just a few hundred unit of products, a custom product. So I use 3D printing to do that for them. That's an example of how I start and within this space.
Okay, Danny, good luck.
Yeah, thank you, Danny. If there is no follow-up question from Ibu Siti Aziza, I think I'd like to hand over the floor to Ibu Diah Yusuf for the next judges.
Thank you. This is quite, I think, interesting and also challenging because the pricing for the machine itself for 3D printing also still high. But I want to ask you a question. Can you explain how you maintain the supply chain for the raw material? Because this is from the plastic waste or the garbage, something like that. And how you empower the community to support your business? Thank you.
Okay. Normally we do raw material sourcing from our partner in the local area. Our partner, for example, they do waste collection. There's so many in Laos, and we will partner with them, and we will we want them to be our supplier, and they have to collect only PET waste. And at Prince Square we can guarantee they will supply the raw material because we will give them a better price for this shop. Is that an answer your question?
Yeah. So now, how many how many supplier you have, and what is your target? Because it should be scalable business. So now is how many, and then the target is how many more for this?
Focus on Vientiane Capital, about 50 supplier, but right now we want to make a contract just one first.
Yeah, because what I understand also in Indonesia, it's not so easy to maintain the supply chain from the waste, something like that. So that's why I asking about this and how you maintain that they will continuing support you, because this is as your priority or your main ingredient for the waste, right? So I just want to know how you can maintain and make sure that they will support you to grow the business. Okay, thank you.
We will do a side contract with them. To ensure they will supply us, and we have to buy some, a certain amount from them. We need a contract.
Well, congratulations once again to Danny for successfully answering the question from Ibu Diah Yusuf. We still have plenty of time, around 4 minutes. So I'd like to hand over the next judges to Mr. Lee Jae-sung.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. I lived in Vientiane, Laos, for 5 years, and I left Vientiane back in 2021. The reason I lived in Vientiane was I set up a recycling hubs for local schools in Vientiane. So schools in Vientiane do have a recycling hub where students bring their recyclables, including plastics, to schools, and then schools sell those plastics to buyers, and then buyers sell those plastics to China. So I think you could get into that kind of a value chain. I think it'll be better for you to buy and then make your products within Laos instead of those middlemen selling the plastics to China. So, and you should try to work with other development partners to refine your business strategy because, from your presentation, I think you could further refine your business strategy, and there are a number of business development partners, including GGGI and UNDP, who could help you to refine your strategy. Thank you very much.
Sorry, can you repeat the
There was no question.
last
It was
part?
just comment. No question, just comment.
Just feedback, Danny. No worries.
Okay.
Well, now
Thank you.
I think I can moving on to the next judges. We have Ibu Andina as well. Stand by for the questions, please, Ibu.
Yes. Hi, Prince Square. Well, I actually agree with Ibu Siti because I don't see which one is your main market or main target. Because I see when we are trying to identify your business, your target market, it seems there is a mismatch with the innovation you've created, such 3D's project from the plastic waste to produce the products for people with disabilities. I mean, yet it could be a key differentiator for your solution, and I think it's extraordinary innovation, in my opinion. I don't know, maybe you have a challenge to facing this area, or I mean, focusing on one unique market is better than you have a very broad market.
Thank you, Bu Andina. Any response from you, Danny?
So
It's okay if you don't have any response, then you can just consider it's a form of advice from Bu Andina for the betterment of your business in the future.
yeah, but I'm okay. For prosthetic, I mean for disability people, this kind of group, and okay, these people is not our client. These people are the people we want to help them, even for free. Okay, so this is the target, and this target is not for to do business. This kind of charity, and we will partner with UNDP or CSIRO from Australia to help these people. But for the client, I know it's a big market. It's very large diversity of section. But as I say, we will focus to do business with B2B first because with B2B is more like certain. It's certain market. They pay high, and they order a lot. So unlike B2C, they came with just.
Well, sorry, Danny, to interrupt.
example.
Your time has out. So I need to be fair
Okay.
because I interrupt almost all the finalists due to the limited time that we have now. Once again, congratulations,
you.
Danny, for completing the pitching session as well as Q&A session with all the judges. Ladies and gentlemen, now from Lao PDR, we're still moving on up to the next ASEAN countries. We have Reclimate from Malaysia.
Hi everyone, I'm Tani and I work at a company called Reclimate. We help farmers unlock the value in their waste. But before I talk to you about the very exciting solution that we have, I'd like to draw your attention to the problems we face today. Today, there's up to 90% drop in agricultural yield faced by farmers, and this has led to a drop in farmers' income of close to 20%. And this is worsened by the fact that a lot of these farmers adopt poor agricultural waste management policies, and they tend to over farm, and this leads to degraded agricultural soil, which worsens the cycle and therefore reduces crop yield and so on. So what's our solution to this? Our solution to this is biochar. We essentially prepare the agricultural waste and carry out biochar production on it, and by doing this whole process we're able to generate carbon credits. Our solution for farmers is that we offer a three-pronged approach with equipment, training, and mobile application, all of which helps these farmers process their waste into biochar, which is similar to a fertilizer, and produce carbon credits. And our business model for this project is that we don't charge anything upfront. We have the ability to work with many different types of waste, including paddy, coconut, and bamboo, and we charge a 25% revenue share of the carbon credits generated. And this is the market size. So the market is huge, as you can see, and it's growing at a very high rate. We're close to 15% per annum. And this is largely because of the significant demand and a lot of companies and governments committing to net zero goals in the next few decades. So, what are the alternatives to our solution of biochar production, right? So, there's open burning, which a lot of people still do, although it is very harmful to the environment, composting, which is relatively cheap, sale of biomass, where they can monetize their waste, but it's not as comprehensive a solution as ours. We offer revenue, cost savings, long-term soil health due to our practice of using organic fertilizers, with no upfront costs, and we offer a solution that's highly scalable, so they can apply it across their farm. And these are our financial projections. So this year we are on track to hit $100,000 in revenue, and over the next 3 years we will be able to hit a cumulative revenue of close to $1 million with a 30% profit margin from that. So with regards to the partners that we've managed to work together over the last year, we've kept our alignment with a lot of multinational companies, as you can see, and with the government, and to help get their support and to sell the carbon credits. We are also the sole carbon sink manager for Malaysia, because we've gone through very comprehensive training. And this is the team that's going to make it happen. There's Yovin, who comes from a tech and startup background, me, who comes with an environmental background, Sanjay with tech, Purvi with data science, and Durga with a lot of sustainability and research background. And we have two very, very strong advisors, Dato Aziz Bakar, who sits on the board of AirAsia. He currently sources for carbon credits projects for AirAsia, and having that inside view helps us structure our project and make it very appealing for companies like AirAsia to participate and to offtake our carbon credits. And we have Ian, who comes with 30 years of agricultural experience, who helps advise us on the agronomy side on how to apply the fertilizers, when to apply it, and how to mix it appropriately. So, although our company is for profit and we are a sustainable business with the business model that we have, we were set up with a mission to create a positive impact for the community. So these are some of the SDG goals that we align with. So we increase farmer income by 50%. We improve food security with the improvement in crop yield, improve food nutrition. We have the potential to produce 1 gigawatt of biomass energy, eliminate open burning and encourage sustainable practices, encourage again responsible consumption and production, where we convert 10 million tons of waste into biochar, and we encourage climate action. So we essentially are able to incentivize positive practices to produce carbon credits and also try and limit the impact on the climate. So what's our long-term growth strategy? So we have two ways of growing. We have the vertical growth, so where we can focus on green hydrogen and commercialization by upgrading our current reactors. We can even offer our solutions to large enterprises by helping them reduce their Scope 3 emissions. And on the geographical growth aspect, we already have a lot of opportunities overseas. Indonesia is coming up in the next few months. Laos is lined up. We have an opportunity in Vietnam as well. And we hope to cover a bigger part of the ASEAN region and eventually the bigger Asia region over the next few years. So that's our pitch, and we are Reclimate. I hope that you enjoyed our pitch and you understand and believe in our mission. Do let us know if you have any questions, and we're happy to support. Thank you very much.
Well, now we have Tani as representative of Reclimate from Malaysia, join us virtually and ready for Q&A session. Again, I'd like to remind to all judges, it's only 10 minutes. I will interrupt in the end of the session if the time has lapsed. So I think we have Tani as representative of Reclimate here today with us, join us virtually. And I'd like to invite the judges, if you have any questions to the pitch video Tani has presented representing Reclimate from Malaysia. Well, on the screen, it's pop up. We have Mr. David ready to raise the questions.
Okay, thank you for the insightful presentation. I would like to raise just two brief questions. Please, whatever question I ask, it's not about question your business. I'm just trying to understand your strategies. So, I mean, in terms of the revenue sources, I think you mentioned like a carbon credits and biochar sales and increase the agricultural yield. So maybe you can share maybe it's a percentage wise, like for example, how much percentage you expect from the carbon credits for your revenue streams and also the biochar sales, etc. And one more question briefly also is that I know that in the United States also, when we see the market, we definitely see the competitive companies. So like for example, the similar company like a biochar now in the United States, they also have been facing a lot of challenges in terms of the traction and adoption amongst the farmers. And so I don't know how you're going to strategize your business in the face of the kind of potential challenges for your own business. Thank you.
Sure. So thanks a lot for the question. So for the first one, so we essentially take the waste of the farmers and we produce two sources of two products, right? Biochar and carbon credits. The biochar, we give it back to the farmers completely free for them to use as fertilizers. The carbon credits is where we make money. So we split the revenue share there. 25% comes to us for the work that we do for registration, auditing, and selling the carbon credits. And the remaining 75%, we give it back to the farmers. So they get a new revenue source, and we also can cover our cost of training them and project management and delivering the credits. In terms of our competition, like you said, the US has been doing this for a long time. It's only starting to gain traction in Southeast Asia and Asia in general. But we have a different approach where we are doing low technology. So the US, they're setting up huge factories, a few $1 million, and they are doing and they're doing that because they have very high costs of workers and so on. Whereas here we have very low worker costs, low operational costs, and we do low cost, and we decentralize across different farms across Indonesia, Malaysia, and so on. So that's one way we go to market, and we try and keep our costs low, and we help increase the revenue source for smallholder farmers. And the other thing is, a big problem with carbon credits is all the carbon credits are being produced in Europe now, and Shell and Petronas and all these Southeast Asian companies still have to buy carbon credits, and they can't buy from the region that they emit the gas from, they emit carbon from. So there's an incentive for them to buy within the country that they operate in or where they actually do the carbon emissions. So that's where there's a huge demand for the carbon credits that we do. Like today, for example, you look at Bursa Carbon Exchange, their first two projects were not even in the country because there was no Malaysian projects at that time. And now they are just last month, they're launching their first Malaysian project into the carbon exchange. So it's a very early stage. I believe we're in a good position with a lot more governments starting to implement policies and carbon policies, carbon tax. So hopefully we can leverage that and use some government incentives to scale up, and go as fast as possible and capture as much of the market.
Well, thank you, Mr. David, for the questions. Okay, I assume that there will be no more follow-up question. Then I can hand over the screen to Mr. Thomas now.
Okay. Firstly, I want to compliment you. I think you were the most clear on financials so far, so I'm quite happy with that. But I also want to ask you, how do you make sure you get consistency of feedstock? Your feedstock, you say, from the farmers and the diversity. How do you ensure you have enough feedstock for biochar? And I know an example of a Vietnamese company that use biochar from coffee beans, but one of the products they make is actually tea for leaves and all. So rather than, fertilizer is one, but they can also have other things. So I thought that is the first question was a request and answer. The other one just a comment. Okay. Okay. Just for information, I'm actually doing a project on circular economy, and we're looking for examples of in ASEAN. Basically to say that it is not a Western idea. We are already doing a lot of things within the region, and we are highlighting that. Okay. Thank you. Yes. Sir.
Okay. Thank you very much for the question, Mr. Thomas. So the question is surrounding how do you secure the feedstock, right? So that's actually a very valid point. Running this business without feedstock, everything we do is kind of devalidated, and we faced that, and we learned that within our first year of operation. So every time we engage with a farmer, we try and make sure that we set up our plant or the infrastructure next to the farm itself, and it's fairly low cost, like $1,000. We do the most old-fashioned way of doing it, like low tech pyrolysis, Kontiki kiln, if you follow the space. So essentially, we incentivize, and our logic is we keep training, we keep following up with the farmers and make sure that every time they harvest, the waste is ready to go and they put it into the machine. And when we engage with the farmers, we tell them, look, you got to commit to doing this project for 6 months or whatever. And that's their guarantee to make sure that they are able to secure some offtake or some revenue from doing all the hard work. And we ourselves get paid for all the time and effort we do in working with them to, set up this and train them and sell the carbon credits. So feedstock, we try and make sure it's decentralized. We don't rely on one source. Different sources, everyone supplies whatever it's next to the crops. And so that's how you can, you try and every time it's harvested, you just take it off there. So like palm oil is a big sector here in Malaysia and Indonesia, I'm sure. We try for that, we set up our operations next to a mill. So as long as the mill is operating, there's always feedstock, right? And people will always keep harvesting. So that's our general strategy. Biochar usage, that's right. There's a lot of different uses. I think the tea one I haven't come across yet. Maybe my partner has, but we're doing fertilizer because that's the easiest to use the biochar immediately, right? You don't want to transport the biochar to different parts of the country or ship it out and all that. So it's immediate usage of the biochar. But we can definitely look into using them for tea. I think there's some people doing research on using biochar to make graphite or as a road to put it on the road as the cost layer. So there's a lot of applications. It's just seeing how do you get all the decentralized biochar production plants all the way to to applying it in real life and using it rather than leaving it as a big pile of biochar on the side.
Mr. Thomas, we cannot hear your voice yet.
You on mute, I think. Sorry.
I'm muted by the organizer.
Okay.
I
can hear you.
I'm just saying that there's also another business stream that it can be organic farming because the biochar is not chemical, so the farmers can also advertise as organic.
Correct. So you no longer need to use the chemicals, and they get the same benefits of using the chemical fertilizer. So having that organic stamp will actually add a lot of value for them. So it's a lot of potential. Now it's all down to execution, and hopefully having the support of you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas, and thank you, Tani, for Q&A session. So I assume because there is no more question from the judges, so I can conclude the session from the Q&A session for Likely Made from Malaysia. So thank you, Reclamate representative, for participating in the Q&A session. Ladies and gentlemen, we still have 3 finalists to go in this final demo day. Now, after Reclamate, we moving back to Indonesia. We have Rebrik from Indonesia.
Hello everyone, I'm Ovi Sabrina, co-founder and COO of Rebrik. Rebrik is an eco-building material company based in Jakarta, founded in 2018. We are focusing on rejected plastic waste or non-valuable plastic. These are plastic that hard to be recycled, no economic value, so therefore no demand for it. It's highly contributing to our landfill and our ocean. Because currently in Indonesia, we don't have any technology to recycle this. This is an urgent matter, so Rebrik comes to offer a solution by turning rejected plastic waste into eco-building material. Currently, we have 4 products: pavement blocks, hollow blocks, tiles, and ventilation blocks. We are using green method in producing our product. We don't burn our plastic, so therefore no toxic fume created. And all of our products possess 20 to 22% of rejected plastic. We are still doing the R&D to increase the amount of plastic. We have reached the 30% in increase, but we are aiming to reach a 40% of increase by this year. We did laboratory testing to our product. We have pressure power tests. All of our products fit the pressure power required by our Indonesian national standard. In addition to that, we reach a level R12 of oil wet tram test, that means that our product can be used in hospital and wet market already. All our products are non-combustible and non-toxic. This is the certification I mentioned earlier. This is the example of product application, customer, and collaboration. If you can see on the picture, the numbers there are the amount of non-valuable plastic that we managed to rescue or save from ended up on the landfill or the environment in each project. Apart from working with direct user, we also work with national and multinational companies such as McDonald's, Hokben, Pertamina, Shell, WWF, and then the Saint Gobang as well. This is our business model. Our business model is B2B, B2C, B2G. We are working with a corporation, direct user, and government. Together with that, also we create partnering. In addition to that, we are also partnering to create a CSR project or a community outreach together. Our marketing strategy is first, of course, digital campaign to create awareness. We also do collaborative innovation and community engagement. And in addition to that, also managing our excellent service. I believe our benefit and our strength is, as a recycled product, we have a competitive pricing and quality with conventional product. And to apply our product, developer and contractor and customer doesn't need to have a new skill or learning a new skill. So we believe that we can compete with conventional products. So we are aiming in the future, we can replace them to give a better and building a better country with a better product. Our long-term marketing strategy, first, to create more impact, we believe that we need to create a franchising model so we can actually expand our market national and internationally. The market size right now, in a globally, green infrastructure market is trending up. In Indonesia itself, our Ministry of Public Works and Housing have a target to build 1 million green affordable housing using green products by 2030. Rebrik with other organizations building a consortium and already submitting our green housing model to our Ministry of Public Works and Housing, and we receive a bronze certification level for the greenhouse. So we are ready to go to penetrate this market. Our national bank, Bank Tabungan Negara or BTN, have a target of 350,000 low carbon houses by 2029. And Rebrik started in July, already worked with them in 7 of their projects, and in the future we are going to work more in the future project with them. The impact, apart from being a company, we also are a social company, so we would like to create a community, social, and environmental impact. So far, the impact we have created, we have saved 66.5 tons of non-valuable plastic waste from ended up in the landfill or worse, in our environment. In addition to that, through capacity building, we give additional green income to our local community by 600 to 1,200 USD per year. And then in our work, we support SDGs 9 by building resilient infrastructure, promoting inclusive industrialization, and fostering innovation. If you grant us the price of this compensation, we are going to use it to buy a new machine with higher production capacity in order to ensure scalability. So therefore, we can create a franchising model because the machine that we want is actually the machine that is more automatic. So we can create more impact nationally and globally as well. So thank you. Let's create a greener cities together, one brick at a time with Rebricks. Thank you.
Well, a very impressive presentation from Rebrick. And now we have Ovi as a representative from Rebrick Indonesia. Well, Ovi, as per the previous speakers, you will have 10 minutes for the Q&A. And judges, if you have any question, please line up by raising your hand, or you can press the raise hand button in your screen. Now we have 3 judges lining up for the Q&A session. First, judges, I would give the mic over Mr. Thomas.
Okay, and your presentation, I just got some concern. I mean, I'm hearing a lot of plastic recycling, and plastic recycling seems to be in thing. But what about the end of the plastic? For example, I worry putting in the road asphalt. I know you have a toxicity test that you pass on the plastics, but when you put it on the asphalt on the road, for example, and you know, when you have a heavy rain, like now in Singapore having rain, the asphalt melts. The plastic in the things also gets off. So it's microplastics that go into the drainage system. Is it more dangerous having the microplastics in the drain, which goes into the river, the fish eat and goes into the sea, or just keeping it as plastic? I think the bricks is the same thing. You put in building materials, you do those things. Then after some time, I don't know how long, maybe 50 years or 5 years, even clay bricks and all will decay, decompose. Then what is a form of plastics? Is it microplastics or something? So I'm just saying from my own experience, I see good and a lot of endorsement for it, but really, what is the disposal of plastics? How do you ensure that it is not harmful on the long run? I mean, it's nice to say recycle plastics, but where you do? I mean, I'm a critic on this because I've come up with dress people who say, I took plastics and I made beautiful dresses they wear it. Then what happens after the dresses? How much you do it? It still comes back to the end disposal. So I'm just saying, can you just try and mitigate or help me understand some of my concerns?
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. It's a very interesting question. To be honest, if I said to you that we have 0% of possibility of microplastic leakage, that means I'm lying to you. But as a company, actually, we started in 2018. Before we launched our product, we already talk and then have this concern by ourselves. But in Rebricks, we have a team of R&D head that is actually a PhD in civil engineering and then actually a part of a university as a lecturer. So as an innovative company, we actively doing R&D. So we have a long-term plan that actually in 10 years or 15 years time, we would like to be a company that have the ability to repurposing the bricks that we have sold. At the same time, also doing an R&D to have a recycle method for our bricks that we have sold. And then currently we have applied some steps to ensure or to minimize the possibility of microplastic leakage. First, for our pavement blocks, we are making sure that our pavement blocks and our hollow blocks have a higher pressure power, so ensuring the solidity of the blocks. In addition to that, for our pavement blocks, because we are putting it out there, the top layer doesn't contain plastic to minimize the possibility of the scratch from the wheels of the car and everything like that. And then in addition to that, we also, we believe that actually we are going to start R&D to measure the leakage of the water when the water is dropping on our pavement blocks, how many of the microplastic going out. Because currently in Indonesia, to be honest, we have been searching since 3 years ago. We haven't found any laboratory who can actually measure for example, if the pavement blocks already come together in a form of a road, how many is like when the water is dropping, how many is microplastic leakage, is there any, if there is any. We cannot find a laboratory to do that. So we are going to take it to our own hands. So this year we are already started to formulate for making a form like a plan to make like the R&D about that. So I hope it's answer your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Ophie and Mr. Thomas. Do you have any follow-up questions? Or I can just move to the next judges. Well, after Mr. Thomas, we have Dr. Chong Yun Lee for your questions.
My question is about that yeah, I saw your very impressive progress in your presentation file. You are showing the demonstration significant traction, but I think that you have to scaling your operation to satisfy to fulfill the increasing demand will require a substantial investment in the new machinery and potential expansion into the new geographic other region. So I'm just wondering about that. How will you balance the need for the rapid expansion with the potential financial risk associated with the significant capital investment, and what strategy will you employ to secure the necessary funding to support your ambitious plan you show us? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So actually, as I mentioned in our business model presentation, to minimize the risk, actually, what we do is like we already securing some contracts with our national bank in a project of like the low carbon houses. So our national bank is actually right now currently ready to actually like offering us the support of like if we want to have the capital to buy the machineries, because like and then we can use the secure project with them as some of the leverage. So I think that's like one way that we do to minimize the risk, because like we already have the demand for the project when therefore we actually investing on a new machine. And in additional to that, I think like as a social impact company, right, we have the privilege of basically like joining this type of competition, have a funding from not limited to Indonesia, but all over the world. So I think that's also another way that we are trying to minimize the risk of the investment of the expansion by basically, for example, if we win this competition, the money be basically very determinant to basically like securing the possibility for us to scaling up, because the machine that we are going to buy right now is actually one thing that is one piece of a puzzle that basically making it is very possible for us to scale up and franchising to other to other cities and other countries easily, because like we have the machine that is automatic, so the transfer knowledge and everything will be like, and the quality of the product can be easily managed. I hope this answers your question. If you have any more questions.
Well, is there any response from Dr. Chong Yun Lee, or I assume that you have been satisfied with the answer by Ophie? Well, we still have around 2 minutes for the Q&A session. Now, I would like to over to Ibu Siti Aziza for your questions.
Okay, thanks. I think this is a very good business and to be developed. But regardless a lot of challenges during you're doing the business plan and so on. So I believe that you already have some research before planning start the business. My question is actually, is there any ways during the production, as I think just already asked about it, but just to make sure if because you are processing plastic waste, but during your process to reprocessing it, is there any ways for it? And the second one is we know that I know that you will be focusing to promote this product to as a building construction, while this is from plastic. Is there any research saying that will be good? I mean, building is need to be very strong, and then if there is a fire and so on, is there any research saying that the product will be already tested with anything? And then the last one is, I know we have a lot of plastic. We have a lot of plastic waste, but have you measured how big is the resources in Indonesia? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So for the first question, we control. Of course, there is, like, in the production process, there are some bricks that cannot be sold. So what we do is, like, we are using that bricks for either to build up our own factory, because we are using the material anyway, and then another way is, like, we are using it for example, we have a CSR project somewhere. And then for the second question, we actually did all of our product are laboratory tested. So we have a certification for B40 for the pressure power. We have a non-combustibility certification for Singapore, as well as, like, the oil wet and test from Singapore. And then we have a toxic test from one of the laboratory in Indonesia as well, and we are non-toxic. So the certification is, like, we are aiming to basically to meet the criteria from Indonesian national standards. So our pressure power, our water absorption and everything like that is actually meeting the criteria from Indonesian national standard. I actually put the certification inside our presentation if you want to see later.
Well, OP,
And then
sorry
the
to
third question.
interrupt. Your time has lapsed, so apologize again for the interruption. But again, a time
Thank you.
allocation for the Q&A session is only 10 minutes for each finalist. Well, thank you, Ovi and Rebrick from Indonesia, for completing the Q&A session. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we still have 2 finalists to go. Now, without any further ado, I'd like to present to you the 9 finalists. Godfram from Republic of Korea.
Hello, I'm Grace representing GoodFarm today. GoodFarm aims to revolutionize productivity by integrating AI into a greenhouse system. We seek to maximize productivity while optimizing resource usage and promoting sustainable agriculture. The global agricultural market is facing challenges due to war, climate change, and declining in rural population. These changes have led to inflation and food insecurity. Many countries are now paying attention to agricultural innovation and adopting new technologies to address these issues. Last year, the global agricultural technology market was valued at $135 billion, with an expected annual growth rate of 10.4% until 2028. Indonesia is at an early stage with potential. Our initial target market is Asian countries and plan to expand into a global market. GoodFarm simplifies indoor farming by reducing complexity, cost, and uncertainties for more efficient agriculture. Using data from Korea's expert farmers, we create AI Chrome models that automate greenhouse operations and boost productivity. This supports SDG 2, Zero Hunger, by increasing crop yield, and SDG 13, Climate action, by minimizing water and energy use through AI resource management. Next is our product. Our 2 core services with AI are Monitor and Cultivator. G-Monitor uses Metaverse and digital twin technology to simulate yield and cost. It's also the first agricultural tool to use AI for predicting energy cost in greenhouses. Cultivator utilizes AI-driven data to offer automated guidance for greenhouse operations and ensuring efficiency and maximizing yield. Our advantage is in data and AI technology. By using expert farmer data, we help regular farmers boost yield and reduce trial and error. We applied our first AI model at our test site in Pyeongchang, Korea. The results show the AI model achieved a 95% accuracy rate in yield prediction. Next is about our company. Founded in March this year, Goat Farm has brought together experts from various fields under the leadership of CEO Min. Our team includes agricultural technology experts, AI experts, and Indonesia's local partnership help us effectively respond to the needs of the local market. We are also supported by various institutions and advisors. Currently, our test site in Korea are located at Seoul National University and Asan World Flower Garden. We have also secured a collaboration for a new greenhouse in Bogor, Indonesia by 2025. And this is our strategy. Goat Farm's business model is centered around the data, software, and hardware. This includes modular greenhouse construction, equipment sales, and subscription-based system. Goat Farm has 3 core models now: lettuce, strawberry, and peppers. With this data model, we plan to use our software and equipment in greenhouse covering 3,300 square meters to modularize. We aim to break even in 3 years. Building a greenhouse costs around $396,000, but using local Indonesian material can lower the cost. With our AI model for romaine lettuce, the greenhouse can produce 32,400 kilograms of vegetable monthly, which is 3 times more than typical farms. This allows us to break even in 14 months. We plan to distribute through local partnership with several collaborations already in progress in Indonesia. We are improving data accuracy at our test site and delivering our first version to Kyunghee University for R&D collaboration, and we've secured pre-order with young Korean farmers and partner with Indonesian experts last July 2024. Patents are pending now, and our prototypes are being tested in pilot greenhouses. In 2024, Goat Farm will fast-track growth, securing more greenhouses in Indonesia by early 2025. We plan to expand globally, focusing on markets like Africa or South America in need of agricultural innovation. We are ready to lead the revolution in smart agriculture by leveraging Korea's advanced technology and providing sustainable agricultural solutions. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Grace from Goat Farm, for your pre-recorded presentations. I believe the judges now has taken note for your presentations, and they'll be addressed in the form of the questions in the Q&A session. Well, judges, again, you will have 10 minutes for the Q&A session. If you have any question, you can raise your hand by click out the raise hand button in your screen. Well, I will moving on into the first question from Bapak Melia di Sembiring.
Okay, thank you. For this project, we are waiting for your coming in the future, because Indonesia and Korea, we can collaborate together for the win-win solution, meaning that Indonesia have a lot of potential human resources and natural resources. Meanwhile, from Korea, you have a high technology. In this project, you will bring artificial intelligence and will implement in the farming. It means that transfer technology to Indonesia farmers is needed. So in the future, we are waiting for the smart farming, maybe in the big issue in this country. And maybe you mentioned that you will implement in Bogor next year. I'm not so clear that you mentioned who is your local partner in Bogor for implementing this for the next year. And the second is because the cost is quite high, like you mentioned, 390 US dollar. Do you have any idea in implementing in Indonesia whether they need to training and then they also need in group? So this cost can be shared for the Indonesia farmers. Thank you.
Okay. Can you hear me? Okay,
Can
thank
hear
you
you,
for the
Karis.
question. Okay. First of all, I want to say that our first partner in Indonesia is for researching about the local market in Indonesia, and he is very expert in agriculture area for a long time, and he was in the research area for palm oil section from Sinarmas, and he's now he's now our partner for strong relationship and for a long time. And he has his own area in Bogor for greenhouse system, and he want to apply our softwares for creating the pilot site in Indonesia for us. And for the for about the cost, I know the cost is quite high, and that's why we trying to collaborate with governments or schools first for applying this kind of technology into Indonesia. And now we are contending with few Indonesian companies that who already got their environments about the greenhouse. For example, Sariwangi or the Makatari group. So I think for about the cost, we have to get the capital first about constructing the greenhouse system, and then after that we can cover all over the cost or expenses from the yields. With our system, I can say for sure the harvest yield will be 3 times or double from the normal farms.
Well, thank you, Grace, for your answer. Pak Melody, do you have any follow-up questions? Well, no follow-up question. Then we can move to the next judges for the Q&A. We have Mr. David waiting for the questions.
Can you hear me? Okay, thank you for the presentation, and I have no doubt that you can make it happen. Just for better understanding, I'd like to ask you this: the AI-driven solutions in many industries actually have a great potential, but at the same time, it's always concerning to see that long-term profitability and scalability and target market viability. So when I see your business plan or strategy, I hope that you can highlight how you can overcome this kind of problem, because I'm sure that your business will be financially viable with sooner or later. But since it's a capital intensive nature, and also I'm afraid that your customer base is a little bit quite limited. And so I'm not saying that this is not going to work. I'm just asking you what your strategy for diversifying your revenue streams and how you're going to build your business in the long run. Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. About our AI system, we got the research and development cost is quite high for now. For that kind of the the kind of the view we developing our AI system from our experts in our company. And we already reversing the data from the knowledge the new age farmers told the experts in Korea. And their data is quite strong. In AI system, our main strength is about the quality of the data. And that's why we collaborate with Korean experts farmers. And their data is qualified and certified from the government side. So we try to make it an AI model to spread out to normal farm to maximize and optimize the farm's productivity.
Well, any follow-up question from Mr. David?
No. Actually, my question is not about whether you have the good data or not. It's more about your business aspect. So when I see the AI-driven agriculture or smart agriculture business, usually they are struggling because of the scalability and profitability. So I wanted to ask you how you are going to strategize your diversifying the revenue streams, and so how you are going to make sure that your profitability is good.
Our main AI technology is applied in the simulator and G cultivator, which can control those software systems. And those simulators are already applied in some university for educational use. So we can make it in commercial use for training or education way. And then for the next step, we can apply it in the commercial way for the control system for the greenhouse for the farmers. That's our step for now.
Well, thank you, Grace. I will still have around 2 minutes. I'd like to hand over the mic to Dr. Chung Yun Lee for your questions.
Hi. My question is about the data accuracy, when the data was data acquisition and adoption in AI system. Most of your system accuracy rely on the data collected from Korean New Knowledge Farmer. Is that right? KNKF, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Right. So I'm just want to discuss about the point. Usually in AI system, this provide a very strong foundation data, scaling your solution to different crop and geographic location and diverse farming practice will require a very substantial new data collection and model adoption in AI system. So my question is, how will you ensure the ongoing accuracy and adaptability of your AI model as you expand to new market and crop? That is my simple question. Right.
For the accuracy of the AI, we already got our pilot sites, and we after we creating an AI model, we start harvesting in our pilot site for testing the AI model. And then after that, we do some process to reprocessing the AI model after rerunning from the collecting data from our pilot greenhouse. And currently, we already tested about the 95% of accuracy from the AI model to the harvesting yields. But our key points is how to control the system, greenhouse system or climate. So in case of Indonesia, they have a high temperature and a high
Understood.
yeah. The high temperature and the humidity, and that's why we need to
Sorry,
put our
Grace, to
software
interrupt. Your time is out. 10 minutes has been lapsed. Well, thank you once again to you, Grace, representative from Republic of Korea, and all judges for the Q&A session for our 9th finalists. Well, one last finalist in the demo day sessions at the moment. Without any further ado, I'd like to call upon the last top 10 finalists, Rivai from Lao PDR.
Hello, my name is Gao. I'm a co-founder of Refi. Refi is an AI remote sensing technology to detect environmental change and provide actionable insight for decision makers. Today, we are facing climate emergency that we cannot ignore, with annual damage of 1.7 trillion and more than 4,000 disasters happen in 2 decades, and it happened more frequently. Now, the fastest post disaster report takes 2 weeks. It's still too slow as the global risk is increasing and economic loss with a big number lost from insurance miscalculation. We need faster and more precise solution for this. So here is what Refine do. We bring together weather forecasts from different sources, remote sensing from satellite, drone, and fixed camera, integrated with GS layer to advanced AI module to identify patterns and make prediction, location-based risk assessment. AI can adapt to new data, improving with each input to deliver precise forecasts. And this data can be displayed on platforms like website where stakeholders can monitor and visualize this insight in real time. We are operating in one of the fastest growing sector, valued at 15.6 billion with 26% of CAGR, and we aim to capture other related markets from satellite process, imagery, and artificial solution. We offer solutions for government, cities, and businesses with tailored service and subscription-based model. Each project will take 1 to 4 months to finish, and we will take 15% maintenance fees of total project value. Today, we focus on flooding and coastal change, provide early warning, adaptation planning, extend toward AI food forecasting, and integrative use with other software. We are already break-even in our first 50 days, and we expect 31,000 in total revenue by the end of this year from 2 piloting projects. We got some initial funding from Korea and having ongoing negotiation for Thailand and US government funding as well. We are a part of the biggest accelerator in the world from Math Challenge, GIS, and Autodesk. Currently, we already done AI research and model training in the past 2 months, and now we're piloting 2 projects with Mekong River Commission and EEC, Eastern Economic Corridor in Thailand. But in the long run, we want to position ourselves in technology and space market growth. Right now, we also focus on developing our own satellite. With a team of experts from satellite, AI, drone, GIS, robotics, and telecommunication. In total, we have 13 people, with 12 of us are engineers, have breakout in engineering and science. Our goal is to bring space down to earth and make predictions that would change the world forever. Thank you.
Well, fantastic presentation from Rivai. And now we have Rivai representative, Ms. Pinkyo, joining us virtually, ready to answer the question from all judges. Ladies and gentlemen, in particular to judges, again, 10 minutes for the Q&A session. If you have any question, please raise your hand by clicking the button on your screen. Well, the first questions, we have some of the judges line up on the screen for the Q&A session. Now, I'd like to hand over to the first judges, Ibu Andina, for your questions.
Hello, Rifai. Very great presentation. Okay, in terms of your R&D stages now, what is the biggest challenge you are currently facing? And if you need to collaborate, which one the stakeholders or partners to accelerate your project, and what do you need, and who would you like to collaborate? I mean, like, to help you to accelerate your project now.
Well,
Thank you.
like, thank you for the question. And right now, our challenge is
Pinkyo, can you get your
we.
mic closer because your voice is a bit of small for the sounds?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank
Okay,
you.
okay. Can you hear me clearly?
Yep.
Okay. For our challenge right now, we're facing the data. Well, for this, we our main sort of data from satellite, but the satellite we don't have much, so we rely on open source satellite data, and we also partner with some organization like Mekong River Commission, so they can provide some water data as well. Yeah.
Any further response, Pinkyo? Or do you think that you have responded enough to the questions made by Ibu Andina?
So does that answer your question?
Okay. Any follow-up question, Bu Andina, to the response made by Pinkyo? Okay, it was all good. Then we can move to the next judges. We have Miss Elaine.
Hi, Pink Hill. Very, I must say, very impressive, for a group of young people to come up with something so, I would say, innovative. And I congratulate you guys. So I understand from what you said just now, accessing to data, and that was one of my questions actually. And how are you addressing it in terms of number one, accessing to the right, I would say, partners, because I think that would be the key, right? Who is actually collaborating with you on this? That's number one. Number two, in terms of your go-to-market strategy, what are the low-hanging fruits that you're looking at to monetize? Because I'm sure you have strategy, right? I mean, so I just want to understand what are the areas that you are going for first, and moving forward in terms of your product development. I know you listed out some of the areas that you're focusing on right now, but I assume that you already have that capabilities. But moving forward, what would be next in terms of your product development roadmap, R&D or product development roadmap? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. For the first question, can you repeat that again?
Yeah, you're still muted, Elaine.
Okay, so for my first question, you actually mentioned the challenges, right, in terms of accessing to data because you're using open source right now. So what is your strategy, or what are you doing in terms of looking at accessing the right partners or parties that you can collaborate so that you can have more data? Because, in order for you to actually process and come up with the right inverted commas predictions, right? Because you are leveraging on AI, you need data. If you don't have the big data, the machine cannot learn, and you can't churn out the the predictions, yeah, or the warning signals. So what are you doing to actually looking at collaborating with the parties? Because now what you're telling us just now, open source, or you're working with the Department of Environment, for example, or Multimedia Commission, right? But you need to have more touch points, data touch points. So what are you doing about that? Who are you working with, and how are you planning to address that challenge? That's one. Secondly, going to market and monetizing your solution. What is your low-hanging fruits? What are you targeting first? That means what is quick? How do you plan to make money quickly, right? With whatever that you already have. And my third question was that currently you already your solution can already address a few things, right? Floods and so on. But what is the product development or your next R&D roadmap, R&D and product development roadmap moving forward? Thank you.
Thank you. For the first question, we now currently working with some government agency in Laos and Thailand. For example, Mekong River Commission, they can provide some also data for us to train our module, and also with some organization from Philippines as well. We have a conversation yesterday. So they have some data about weather, water, and climate, temperature. So hopefully we can use that data to train our module. And for the second question, our target like right now is government and some cities that have issue or have challenge with climate disaster. And for the third question, actually right now we developing our own CubeSat as well. We have partner in Singapore. They build battery from paper. So if that mission can success, then our CubeSat is gonna be the first satellite that powered by battery paper. Yes. And yeah, so our goal of having our own satellite is to provide data for our module as well. Hope that answer your question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Elaine, and thank you, Pink Hill. Now, last question from Nicole. We still have around 2 minutes.
Okay, so I think we only have 2 minutes left. So, number one, of course, really like the idea. I'm actually working with some open source technologies. I understand the challenges, and of course, basically the challenge for you as well to go to market. And I mean, of course, you also mentioned that each project right now, the turnaround time is around 4 to 6 months. So I think pretty much I also want to understand what is the pipeline, moving forward, because I guess, of course, you have some grants and revenue in the pipeline, but obviously that might not be enough for you guys to be able to continue or maintain your runway. So, that might be the first question. Number two is, I think, of course, if you have already talked to some of the partners in Thailand, it's great because a number of, I think, real estate companies, as well as, even the Bangkok Metropolitan Authority, they have been working on some of these foresight technologies and reports, basically to understand and map out how the city and the facilities there are going to look like in the next 10 years. So I think potentially if
if you're also like interested in working with some of them, I think we would be able to introduce you to some of the partners that we are talking to in terms of open source and those who are willing to work with, with startups for some of these like niche market. So basically it's not a question, but some of the feedbacks and how we would be able to go about from here. But yeah, I think my only question is about the pipeline and maybe how long would you guys be able to maintain this, and would you need any help in terms of investment or anything? Because at the moment, yeah, we don't see the cap table or some of the numbers, so it's very hard to evaluate that.
Thank you so much. As our team are from different countries, some from US, some from UK. So basically what we do is not just focus on one region or market. We also focus on UK markets as well. And we try to get some fund from government from that side as well. Yep.
Yeah, Nicole, you're still muted, I think. Any response? Well, I have to assume that Pink Hill.
Yeah, sorry. I just got unmuted. So basically, it's more like a funding-based project. This is what you're looking at. Okay, got it.
Well, if there is no more response from Pink Hill, I have to assume that we can conclude the Q&A session for Revive from Lao PDR. Well, ladies and gentlemen, all the finalists has been successfully passing the presentations and the Q&A sessions in this final demo day 2024. So 2 thumbs up to all the finalists, and let's give round of applause for the successful presentation and Q&A to all the finalists of the 5th Korea ASEAN Business Model Competition 2024. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to inform you, in particular to judges, please make sure that you have filling out all the scoring form, because after this, all the committee will try to calculate all the result of the scoring from each of the judges. We will trying to calculate, and we will see who will be the winner of the 5th Korea ASEAN Business Model Competition 2024. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for break lunch time. So basically, we will start the next sessions of winning announcement at 1:30. So we have around 55 minutes now. So I would like to encourage the participant, in particular to the finalists, to join the session to the breakout room, because we are preparing the networking session for all the finalists with the venture capitalists that we have invited as part of our partner today. We will have a Global Green Growth Institute, ASEAN CSR Network, Indonesia Prima, Women Economic Forum, NP Core, ETA Plus, Regal Capital, Plug and Play, and Global Impact FinTech. So it is very vital to all the finalists to be at the breaking out room. So you can individually moving yourself from this room into breakout room for a networking session with all the venture capitalists. So once again, we will see you in 55 minutes. No late, be coming to this room in time, especially to the finalists, because we'll have the announcement of the winning announcement. I'm just worrying once we announce the winner and no representative, we might consider to cancel the winning award. Well, this is time for breaking out. So I will not holding any longer, because I know everyone is tired and starving. So we will see you again within 55 minutes from now. We'll see you after the lunch break for the winning announcement. Hi, welcome back to the final demo day of the 5th Korea ASEAN Business Model Competition 2024. So after having a very great discussions with all the judges and series of calculations to make sure who will be the winner of the 5th Korea ASEAN Business Model Competition, now we're coming back for the winning announcement sessions. So before winning announcement session, I would like to make sure that all the top 10 finalists is here. So I will calling out your name one by one. So you can say here, yes, or you simply can wave your hand to the camera, signing that you are present on the winning announcement session. So I'd like to check the attendance of the first finalist, Vicky from Indonesia. Are you here? Thank you, Vicky. Second finalist, Faraday Energy, Malaysia. Well, third finalist, Reharfers from Republic of Korea. Then moving on to the next finalist, Naxco from Indonesia. We're moving on to the next finalist, Millennial Flavor Town from Republic of Korea. Well, next, Prince Square from Lao PDR. Moving on to the next finalist, Reclimate from Malaysia. Then we also would like to check the attendance of representative for Rebrick from Indonesia. Next finalist, God Farm from Republic of Korea. And last but not least, Rifai from Lao PDR. Well, thank you all the finalists for coming back in time. On behalf of the committee, we would like to apologize for 15 minutes delay due to some trouble issue that we need to fix prior to the winning announcement today. Well, it is very exciting for me as a host for today's event, which I have been becoming host for since the first up to the 5th BMC and witnessing all the winning competitions, all the winners coming from different countries across ASEAN countries. So winning announcement or winning session announcement would be most exciting part as we will soon know who will be the winner of the 5th Korea ASEAN Business Model Competition 2024. But before moving on to our winning session, I would like to request the favor of all judges and all participants, including our supporters and all delegates coming to this final demo day. We have prepared a survey of the demo day, and soon you will see the survey popping out in your screen. And we would like to request for the sake of the betterment of the next BMC, we would like to request each and every one of you, finalists, judges, and all delegates, participants, colleagues who are joining final demo day, to please fill out the demo day survey. This is very important for us, including to have the improvement and the betterment of the next BMC 2025. So we will give time allocations of 2 minutes for everyone to make sure that everybody has filling out the survey of the demo day. Well, while waiting for everybody's filling out the survey of the demo day, again, I would like to remind and restate to all finalists that we will prepare or we have a total cash prize of 10,000 US dollar, which will be given to the first, second, and the third finalists, where the first finalist will receive Sorry, I mean the first winner will receive 6,000 US dollar. Second winner will receive 3,000 US dollar, and the third winner will receive 1,000 US dollar. Plus, the top 10 finalists will also get certificate of recognition signed directly by Minister of Cooperatives and SMEs Republic of Indonesia. Networking opportunities with venture capitalists, as we have done during the break lunch session. 2 mentoring session with industry leaders, as well as opportunity to occupy the co-working space in Green Business Center. Additionally, the top 10 selected teams will also get benefit supported by Ngalup Collaborative Networks. They will be getting the domain, hosting legend, DHA checking brand, one-page website, and special for the first, second, and the third winner, they will get support in terms of business brand registration provided by Ngalup Collaborative Networks. Well, ladies and gentlemen, of course, the success of PMC 2024 lies on the collaborative efforts of all stakeholders, including the support of all venture capitalists and networks who has supporting of the PMC 2024. Therefore, in this occasion, I also would like to extend our warmest appreciation to Global Green Growth Institute or GGGI, ASEAN CSR Network, Indonesia Prima Women Economic Forum, NPL Core, ATA Plus, Regal Capital, Plug and Play, and Global Impact FinTech, as well as the support from our media sponsor from Kompas ID and Korean Herald. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we have informed that PMC has been conducted since 2020, and it is our pleasure to share the journey, the history, and the experience of winning announcement of all delegates of the winner of PMC 2020 to 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the recap video of the PMC. Congratulations, the winner of the PMC goes to Marine Innovation, Check Lab ID, Bell Society, Coconut Silo, Soul Parking Indonesia, Hear Me from Indonesia, Plastic People Vietnam, PR Corporations Korea, Plastic Pay Indonesia, Etomal Biotech, Lab ISD from Korea, Plana Indonesia. Well, you have witnessed the history of the BMC and all the winner of the BMC from 2020 up to 2023. Well, ladies and gentlemen, on my hand, I have already the list of the winner of the BMC 2024 based on the calculations of scoring from all the judges. But before moving on to that part, again, I'd like to remind to all judges, finalists, and participants, ladies and gentlemen, to make sure that you have filling out all the survey of Demo Day for the sake of the betterment of the next Demo Day in the following years. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we may aware, in the top 10 finalists, there are 10 startups from different countries. We have startup from Indonesia. We have startup from Malaysia. We have startup from Laos, PDR, and we have representatives of startup from Republic of Korea. And I would like to inform that in the previous years, since 2020, the winner of the BMC will always be dominated by the startup coming from Indonesia. And I'm curious whether this year's the winner of the BMC will still be the startup coming from Indonesia. Will it be coming from Malaysia? Will it be coming from Lao PDR? Or will it be coming from Republic of Korea? Well, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the winning announcement of the 5th Korea ASEAN Business Model Competition 2024. We will start the announcement starting from the third winner of the BMC 2024. And based on the calculations of all judges and considering all the aspects of the assessment, ladies and gentlemen, the third winner of the BMC 2024 goes to the third winner of the BMC goes to, congratulations, Rebrik from Indonesia. Well, round of applause for Rebrik and congratulations for having the third positions representing Indonesia, winning the competitions in the BMC 2023. And once again, congratulations, OP, representing Rebrik Indonesia, for having the third place of the BMC 2024. Well, we still have 2 places to go, and I believe that everybody is very curious. Everybody would like to know who will be in the second place and the first place of the BMC 2024. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the second winner of the BMC 2024 goes to the second winner. Congratulations goes to Reharvest from Republic of Korea. Well, again, round of applause for our colleague having the second place of the BMC 2024. Congratulations, Reharvest from Republic of Indonesia. Sorry, I mean Republic of Korea, for winning the second place of the BMC 2024. Well, this is the most exciting part, where everyone is curious, everyone is waiting since the morning. This is the moment that you've been waiting for. The winning announcement of the winner of the BMC 2024. Will it be again coming from Republic of Korea? Will it be coming from Indonesia? Will it be coming from Malaysia or Lao PDR? Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the first winner of the Korea ASEAN Business Model Competition 2024 goes to, and the winner of 2024 BMC competition, of the winner competition, goes to, congratulations, Millennial Flavortown from Republic of Korea. Round of applause from everyone to our colleague Republic of Korea for securing the first place of the BMC 2024. And again, I would like to congratulate representative of Republic of Korea for winning the first place. At the previous competitions of the BMC, all the first winner always coming from Indonesia. But this year's competitions of the BMC, the first winner goes to Millennial Flavortown, Republic of Korea. Congratulations once again to Millennial Flavortown, and congratulations to the top 10 finalists. You have been selected as best of the best from all participants registered to this competition, representing all ASEAN countries and Republic of Korea. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is time for prize symbolization. First of all, we would like to invite the third winner of the BMC, Rebrik Also, we would like to invite Mr. Chong Hyun Lee from ASEAN ROK Science and Technology Cooperation Center for the handing over of the prize symbolizations to the third winner. And if we may to remind that the third winner will receive total cash prize of 1,000 US dollar. So congratulations once again, Reprick. Well, we will have photo session first. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Well, thank you, Rebrick, and thank you, Mr. Chong Hyun Lee. Congratulations once again, Rebrick from Indonesia, for his securing the third place in the BMC 2024. Now, moving on to the second winner, prize symbolizations. I'd like to invite the representative of Reharvest from Republic of Korea, and also Mr. Lee Jong-sun, Director of Green Business Center, to hand over the prize symbolization for the second winner of the 5th Korea ASEAN Business Model Competition for SDGs 2024. Congratulations, Reharvest. You will receive total cash prize of 3,000 US dollar, and the other benefit that will be received as well, but top 10 finalists. Well, it's time for photo session. I will count 1, 2, 3. Well, thank you, Reharvest, as Mr. Lee Jong-sun. Now, we're moving on to the prize symbolizations of the first winner of the BMC 2024. I'd like to invite the representative of Millennial Flavortown from Republic of Korea, and Her Excellency Bu Siti Aziza, Deputy Minister for Entrepreneurships, Ministry of Cooperatives and SMEs, Republic of Indonesia. Well, congratulations once again, Millennial Flavortown. You will receive 6,000 US dollar in total as the first winner of the BMC 2024. It's time for photo session. Well, 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you, Ibu Siti Aziza, and thank you, the representative of Millennial Flavortown. And we will have now the photo session in the podium for the first, second, and the third winner of the BMC 2024. So we have Rebrick, we have Reharvest, and we have Millennial Flavortown. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause for the winner of the BMC 2024. One, two, three. Well, freestyle. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Well, thank you everyone, and congratulations to all the winner of the 5th Korea ASEAN Business Model Competition for SDGs 2024. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have announced to you all the winner of the BMC 2024. And as of the habits of the winner of the BMC in every single years, we always give opportunity for the winner to deliver a short speech, less than 5 minutes, of course, because we almost end our competitions today. Now, I'd like to invite the representative of Millennial Flavortown. You will have maximum 5 minutes to deliver your short speech as the winner of the BMC 2024.
Hi, thank you so much for your amazing support. I might know that alternative meat market is really hard in Korea, but your support has been so helpful, and I'll do my best to make it much better than Beyond Meat in the world. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. And once again, congratulations to Millennial Flavortown from Republic of Korea for the securing the first place of the BMC 2024. And congratulations to the government of Republic of Korea to finally winning the competitions of BMC at last, since the last winning the competition since 2020. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to invite all the judges, finalists, delegates, and everyone on this Zoom To open up your camera, we will have a photo group sessions to everyone. So I would like to encourage everybody to open up your camera so that we can see your beautiful smile, and we will have photo sessions with everybody joining this event. Okay, I'm still seeing some of you are not opening up the camera. Make sure that you are not missing the photo session. Okay, I will count 1, 2, 3. Once again, 1, 2, 3. One more time, it's a freestyle. So feel free to express yourself for the style. 1, 2, 3. Well, thank you everyone, and let's give round of applause to all the winner, all the finalists, all the judges, and all the supporters, sponsor, everybody who is supporting the successful of the 5th Korea ASEAN Business Model Competition 2024. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it seems that we have reached the end of our agenda today. Once again, on behalf of the committee, on behalf of the organizer, and on behalf of the government of Republic of Korea and the government of Republic of Indonesia, we would like to thanks to all the finalists, judges, supporters, venture capitalists, organizers, and of course, congratulations to top 10 finalists and the winner. And see you in the next Korea ASEAN Business Model Competition in 2025. Your host sign out. See you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Kamsa Hamidah.